for the child of my body, the flesh of my soul will die in returning the birthright he stole.
Alrighty then, hello guys, here we are, back to the main show. Made it for a nice magical Monday, good to see you. Gonna start off with some Jurassic Park here tonight, get to that Christmas Carol story. We're gonna have for Friday Zoom, probably gonna keep the stream off for that Zoom show. And you guys get to hear the story here anyway, so that's good. And I'll record it, maybe show you some highlights later. So that'll be fine, but we'll keep it off the stream because internet not the best. Turned off my phone Wi-Fi now. We had some high frame drop here at the beginning, about 20%. We're back down to 3%, so it's going in the right direction. But figure it out. So good to see you guys. Had a fun Subathon weekend. Meant to stream more of that Messiah last night. Sadly, only about 3 minutes were captured. I thought I'd get at least an hour captured. Only about 3 minutes were actually captured, so just a little bit of the music accompaniment. So we'll keep it up the Subathon, maybe one more day here for the tip jar here. We'll have one more day for the birthday Subathon here, and we'll clear that out tonight. And move on for 12 days of Christmas, which is starting here tonight. So just celebrating Christmas, first Christmas on stream. Nothing too special or extraordinary. Of course, all the main real input and interaction comes from you guys, the community, and the chat, and fun stuff we can do together. And more exceptional things on stream. But for now, I want to say thank you for our birthday champions from last week. We did have Moog, we did have Maximus El Rey, gift to Marshmallow Font, and we did have Zoogly, final day. So thank you guys. We also have some new followers joining me here yesterday. Looks like a Noble Vampire the Raid from a few days ago. I believe that was Friday or such. I had a busy weekend, did not get to stream much of the parties on Saturday. We did have quite the eventful fun party Saturday. Got a few good captures here and there. And Marshmallow coming in, starting off our chat here tonight. Didn't get to see you much at the end of the week, but wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Appreciate you, Marsh. Yeah, I was doing a few streams here and there, IRL streams. Other stuff going on. I know you're busy quite yourself as well, but good to see you, Marshmallow. Oh, let me fix your chat box there. There we go. Let me actually make sure here. Okay. It's kind of hard to see my second monitor, so I just wanted to make sure it's properly adjusted. So you see your sigil, of course. That's good, I guess. But yeah, thank you very much, Marsh. Welcome in there. And new Dragon Champion, Marsh. Thanks to Maximil there from France or such. Whoops, somehow I switched Discord for that. But yes, thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. It was a fun first birthday on stream. We're getting our first Christmas on stream as well. Wow. Streamlabs being tricky here. Okay, we should be okay. So yes, thank you, Marsh. Hey, you coming in, man? How you doing tonight? What's up, Marsh? Just getting started here tonight, so appreciate it. I want to thank you, our new followers, as well, for the first Subathon fun time. And we streamed a little bit extra there. We'll stream a little extra tonight as well. So we're starting here, but get a 4:30. We'll get a solid few hours in tonight. Hopefully close to at least 5 hours. We'll start off here. Good stuff tonight. And I want to thank Pierce Sun. I believe I met him somewhere. Pierce Sun, thank you for the follow. Finishing the workday. Well, how's that elephant office going for you, Marsh? Elephant office going well there? Alright, Pierce Sun, thank you for the follow. That's a nice tip jar. It'll bounce off. We're clearing that out tonight, so we'll have more room in the tip jar. But yeah, it's the official last night of that Subathon tip jar. Some fun stuff. I think your donation is still in there as well, Marsh. I might have not cleared it out since then, so that could be your yellow. That might be the gift subs, I don't know. Alright, alert box here. I wanted to make sure that's at the top so you can go past the words. Thank you as well to Phenom123 for the follow. Alright. Could have that Welcome Dragon Knights over the alerts, but I think it actually looks a bit better. What do you think, Marsh? Do you like it over the Welcome Dragon Knights, or do you like Welcome Dragon Knights over the alert box there? Since usually on the live scene we would only have, you know, that that specific alert here on the main screen. We wouldn't have it text over it like you do there. Huh. See, whichever preference. Alright, the elephant office going well. Appreciate you coming in there. Marshmallow fun. Starting off our chat for the tonight. Some love stuff. I'll start with Jurassic Park here, immediately. And then we will see about some other good stuff for tonight's Man of Fate 2. I'm going to take a look at some Century, other stuff like that as well. Let's take a look here. We've got, Century Age of Ashes. Play that tutorial before I headed out on Friday. That was good. I launched Hunt today. I didn't actually get to play it all. The event on Wednesday, so we'll play probably tomorrow. Maybe a little tonight, I'm not too sure. But tomorrow probably, and Wednesday, of course, the first day for the Christmas event. So we're looking forward to that. Discord says everything is clear, and Marshmallow coming to chat, so we also have the affirmation of that. But Discord I'm using now for my test to make sure I'm actually live. We don't have another hidings where it doesn't actually broadcast again, so we'll make sure. I check Discord pretty often now, so we're actually purple, actually live, so just checking with that. And yeah, Century's pretty cool. Try that out, play the tutorial. We're going to get to some actual matches here. Could do some of that tonight. We could go get back some more sticks, get to several other action-adventure games, start off, but Medieval Fantasy Monday, do like to keep to the themes there. So we have several good games in the mix for that. But, yeah, definitely want to enjoy some Hand of Fate 2 action, good chat interactive right over there, and Marshmallow can be our boss, or Moog, anyone can be our boss to fight against fun interaction. Got about 2/3 of the achievements, so let's actually take a quick look at those achievements. We'll get some Jurassic Park here to start though, maybe that Christmas story will be prepared for Friday, so that'll be fun. Alright, so huge success in Wheel Gambits, apparently there's not many of those. Star Challenge without any curses, that's a very specific one. I didn't think to do that since I already got the full gold for it. Assassin with the Reaper's Arrow, that's just any of the general assassin, not the thieves faction, but has to be the actual assassin class. Huge success during dealing with thieves encounter. Ooh, that seems hard. Yeah. That's other dice roll, I guess. I haven't seen that too often, but it is isn't that the platinum one? Yeah, the platinum card. Wielded the Blood Crescent. I've yet to unlock the Blood Crescent. That's a pretty good sword. All equipment cards. We're still working towards that. 15 adventures in a single challenge attempt, so that's just the endless mode itself. I think 20 adventures in a single challenge attempt. Yeah, so those are those really elaborate ones. It feels like I've done close to that, but I guess not. 20 blessings at once, 30 curses at once. Damn, that's a tough one. 30 curses. 3 is hard enough. 10 is crazy. 20, 30, that's just a lot. 300 health at once, that'll take a while, but that is, of course, endless mode. 10 adventures in a row without refusing a trial. That one you just never say no, basically. 25 curses from Keeper of Sorrows in a single challenge attempt. We'll probably save that one with the last ones. If we get to that, sacrifice 30 blessings, kind of the same thing. 50 equipment to the gods, that's another elaborate one. Complete an endless run with 10,000 or more endless points. So those ones it does help, yeah, 25,000 as well. Those ones it does help to do all those extra things, just for the sake of points. 10 tokens from token shards. Or hopefully getting close to that. Unlock the Brave companion card. Ooh. That's a whole new companion. I don't know what that is. That comes from Katura or something else, but wow. There's even more companions. Complete an endless adventure attempt with Hubie and score with 7,000 or more. Yep. 50 artifact charges using Hubie's campfire ability. That'll take a while. Don't use that very often, but it's a good one. Hubie's portal ability at the campfire 10 times. That's another ability. Camp ability. Assistance of a companion defeated 50 enemies with the Hyla's Ward artifact. So yeah, that takes a few for that. The Lord companion card. That's another one. So that's like upgraded versions of someone. I'll have to look those up in the wiki maybe. Complete an endless adventure attempt with the Velas and score with 7,000 or more. 5 gnomes from 10 goblin chiefs. Not sure about that one, but just have to get it more often. Fuse the shadow shards and unlock the token. That must be another, yeah, the end of the shadow guys. End of his storyline, basically. Servant challenge with disciples guys helm equipped. Haunted companion card. See, there's so many of these extra companion cards. Wow. Disciples guys, that's special helmet from the shadows. Then endless adventure attempt with Keturah. 10 faction bounties. Yep. 5 named bounties. That's specific bounty, I guess. And fuse the bounty shards and unlock the token. Alright, so these are pretty specific ones, pretty elaborate ones for the final third of achievements here of Lovely Hand of Fate 2. We'll get to that hopefully at some point, figure it out. But for now, though, we've got our lovely Jurassic Park to get to. Get a marshmallow start off our chat here. Enjoy the end of the Subathon birthday fun for now. And start our 12 days of Christmas. Get some good decorations, some good music, some good games, some good events. And just a nice time on stream in general. Get some IRL streams when needed, but just had a very busy weekend. Sang the Messiah last night, had a good parties and such. And Friday, Saturday, just going. Well, Friday was a little easier. Subathon, yeah, Saturday pretty busy. And we shall see what else. People coming on, other good things. So we'll see. Let's take a little look here at the recent streams just to see for the weekend. We had Messiah, had the parties, not really able to stream much because didn't have Wi-Fi. So I just saved a lot of stuff, videos and pictures. And, oh yeah, don't have data enabled, so that makes it a little harder to actually see these. Friday Fables, yeah, we played a bit Friday. Had good fun for Century Age of Ashes Saturday. Friday Fables, we did play a few things here and there. Played Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I was going to make that progress on Baldur's Gate, wasn't it? For that nice crazy black pit, so that was good. Alright, got Marshmallow coming in so far. Perhaps a few other lurkers. The viewer list actually accurate. We do have 6 lurkers right now, so that is great. Marshmallow starting off our chat, appreciate it. So let's go and get started. Great Jurassic Park. Let's see where we left off here. And we'll be good to go, guys. Some of the fun stuff, and it's supposed to rain tonight, it's supposed to snow. Maybe do another snow hike like we did the very first few months of streaming. We did that back in March or such, when we had snow at the end of that winter season. So now we're coming back full circle to the start of winter, so pretty fun. We left off here by inspection. That'll take forever. Arnold and John. John, Arnold, and Wu. What are you doing, John? Checking the code. By inspection? That'll take forever. Tell me. Arnold said, tell me. Alright, that's where we left off. Does it snow where you are? It does indeed here, the mountains of SoCal Marsh. So we're excited for that for the first this winter season. Yeah, you should come up and visit sometime, Marsh. We'll talk off stream if you'd like the exact specifics. I'd love to invite you, family and such, get some good cider, some hot cocoa, other drinks, apple cider. And yeah, show you guys for a nice snow day if you can make the trip. I drove once in the snow, actually, late night after rehearsal. I was around March, I think, of February or so, of 2018 or something like that, and it was an interesting experience. Does not snow for me. Yeah, you're a bit lower elevation, but I'm not too far from you. But you're closer to LA. I'm in San Diego, so it's not too far there. But yeah, fun time there. Medieval times. Marsh, we're celebrating with our glass. So I got the new horn. Don't know if you saw my new horn yet. I got that for the latest glass. So the good Viking horn, and it was a fun time at the castle. We had a good bit of streaming from the castle as well, and we're celebrating the same glass that he inspired me to get. Still have that as my main drink here. But yep, a bit of rain tonight. It was really foggy today. Cleared out a bunch of trees here. Yep, it's the same one you got, Marsh. I know, it's cool. You funny, Marsh. But good to see you, man. Thank you for coming and chat there in your elephant office. Hope it's all going well. Starting off Jurassic Park, we are here to the road. This is another road chapter. We go between Control and the road, the main road, bunch of stuff. So here we are back to the road. Enjoy, eyes open. Welcome to 12 Days of Christmas and a birthday Subathon first hand stream. Twitch TV Ace the Sly, great place to be. Welcome in. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. VODs, live streams, all the rest. Highlights soon to come. Other great stuff in the future. Let's continue. Good to see you. Welcome in. And here we go. Yep, the ice looked like it was an animal horn or something like that. The horn is in my kitchen. I could bring it. I'll bring it when I get the next story after this. If you want to see it there, I'll bring it in a few minutes. It's pretty elaborate, pretty expensive horn, but it's not really something I would use too often. But eventually we'll go back to the Viking festivals. We have like the Vista Viking Fest. It's supposed to be in September. They've done it online the last 2 years. When they bring that back, I'll definitely be bringing the horn, whatever kind of makeshift costume I can get at the time. So we'll see. Here we are for the road. Muldoon took the curve very fast, the jeep sliding on the mud. Sitting beside him, Gennaro clenched his fists. They were racing along the cliff road, high above the river, now hidden below them in darkness. Muldoon accelerated forward. His face was tense. And yeah, we sang the Messiah last night, Marshall. Let me give you a little preview here since sadly a lot of the stuff did not come on stream. I was just on the edge of the Wi-Fi. Next time I'll actually get the central Wi-Fi. It'll be better. But yeah, here's a few pictures, videos. You can see me in there. So that was fun. It's my 4th year singing the Messiah. I've been in the choir a few years now, but mostly in theater. Enjoy the live performance. But gotta be here on stream. Everyone asking me what I do for career and income work and such. I tell them, yep, streaming, full-time streamer. Give them my card, Dragon Juice business card. You can check it out. That's here we are, right here, right there. So great times, and appreciate you guys being here. Dragon Knights, everyone meant to be here will be here. We'll have a lovely time of it all together. So let us enjoy Jurassic Park, other good adventures, other great things, and it is a good place to be. Good stuff overall. All right. And the fun knighting yet. I got the. Did I show you the knighting picture, Marsh? Let me show you that. Didn't get a chance to see it recently. The newest knighting, Code of Chivalry. We have a King Dragon Knight title. There it is. Targaryen stream theme. Targaryen themed stream. That'll be great. Alrighty. Lots of that great stuff. Cups and the rest. How much farther? Gennaro said. 2, maybe 3 miles. Ellie and Harding were back at the visitor center. Gennaro had offered to accompany Muldoon. The car swerved. It's been an hour, Muldoon said. An hour with no word from the other cars. But they have radios, Gennaro said. We haven't been able to raise them, Muldoon said. Gennaro frowned. If I was sitting in a car for an hour in the rain, I'd sure try to use that radio to call for somebody. So would I, Muldoon said. Gennaro shook his head. You really think something could have happened to them? You really think something could have happened to them? Chances are, Muldoon said, that they're perfectly fine. But I'll be happier when I finally see them. Should be any minute now. The road curved and then ran up a hill. At the base of the hill, Gennaro saw something white, lying among the ferns by the side of the road. Hold it, Gennaro said, and Muldoon braked. Gennaro jumped out and ran forward in the headlights of the jeep to see what it was. It looked like a piece of clothing, but there was. Gennaro stopped. Even from 6 feet away, he could see clearly what it was. He walked forward more slowly. Muldoon leaned out of the car and said, What is it? It's a leg, Gennaro said. The flesh of the leg was pale blue-white, terminating in a ragged, bloody stump where the knee had been. Below the calf, he saw a white sock and a brown slip-on shoe. It was the kind of shoe Ed Regis had been wearing. By By then, Muldoon was out of the car, running past him to crouch over the leg. Jesus! He lifted the leg out of the foliage, raising it into the light of the headlamps, and blood from the stump gushed down over his hand. Gennaro was still 3 feet away. He quickly bent over, put his hands on his knees, squeezed his eyes shut, and breathed deeply, trying not to be sick. Gennaro, Muldoon's voice was sharp. What? Move. You're blocking the light. Gennaro took a breath and moved. When he opened his eyes, he saw Muldoon peering critically at the stump. Torn at the joint line, Muldoon said. Didn't bite it. Twisted and ripped it. Just ripped his leg off. Muldoon stood up, holding the severed leg upside down so the remaining blood dripped onto the ferns. His bloody hands smudged the white sock as he gripped the ankle. Gennaro felt sick again. No question what happened, Muldoon was saying. The T-Rex got him. Muldoon looked up the hill and then back to Gennaro. You all right? Can you go on? Yes, Gennaro said. I can go on. Muldoon was walking back toward the jeep, carrying the leg. I guess we better bring this along, he said. Doesn't seem right to leave it here. Christ, it's going to make a mess of the car. See if there's anything in the back, will you? A tarp or a newspaper. Okay. Gennaro opened the back door and rummaged around in the space behind the rear seat. He felt grateful to think about something else for a moment. The problem of how to wrap the severed leg expanded to fill his mind, crowding out all other thoughts. He found a canvas bag with a toolkit, a wheel rim, a cardboard box, and 2 tarps, he said. They were neatly folded plastic. Give me one, Muldoon said, still standing outside the car. Muldoon wrapped the leg and passed the now shapeless bundle to Gennaro. Holding it in his hand, Gennaro was surprised at how heavy it felt. Just put it in the back, Muldoon said. If there's a way to wedge it, so it doesn't roll around. Okay, Gennaro put the handle in the back, and Muldoon got behind the wheel. He accelerated, the wheels spinning in the mud, then digging in. The jeep rushed up the hill, and for a moment, at the top of the headlights still pointed upwards into the foliage, and then they swung down, and Gennaro could see the road before them. Jesus, Muldoon said. Gennaro saw a single Land Cruiser lying on its side in the center of the road. He couldn't see the second Land Cruiser at all. Where's the other car? Muldoon looked around briefly, pointed to the left. There, the second Land Cruiser was 20 feet away, crumpled at the foot of a tree. What's it doing there? The T-Rex threw it. Threw it? Gennaro said. Muldoon's face was grim. Let's get this over with, he said. Climbing out of the jeep, they hurried forward to the second Land Cruiser. Their flashlights swung back and forth in the night. As they came closer, Gennaro saw how battered the car was. He was careful to let Muldoon look inside first. I wouldn't worry, Muldoon said. It's very unlikely we'll find anyone. No? No, he said. He explained that, during his years in Africa, he had visited the scenes of a half-dozen animal attacks on humans in the bush. One leopard attack, the leopard had torn open a tent in the night and taken a 3-year-old child. Then one buffalo attack in Mboseli, 2 lion attacks, 1 croc attack in the north, near Meru. In every case, there was surprisingly little evidence left behind. Inexperienced people imagined horrific proofs of an animal attack, torn limbs left behind in the tent, trails of dripping blood leading away into the bush, blood-stained clothing not far from the campsite, but the truth was, there was usually nothing at all. Particularly if the victim was small, an infant or a young child. The person just seemed to disappear, as if he had walked out into the bush and never come back. A predator could kill a child just by shaking it, snapping the neck. Usually there wasn't any blood. And most of the time you never found any other remains of the victims. Sometimes a button from a shirt or a sliver of rubber from a shoe, but most of the time, nothing. Predators took children, they preferred children, and they left nothing behind. So Muldoon thought it highly unlikely that they would ever find any remains of the children. But as he looked in now, he had a surprise. "I'll be damned," he said. Muldoon tried to put the scene together. The front windshield of the Land Cruiser was shattered, but there wasn't much glass nearby. He had noticed shards of glass back on the road, so the windshield must have broken back there, before the Tyrannosaur picked the car up and threw it here. But the car had taken a tremendous beating. Muldoon shone his light inside. "Empty?" Gennaro said, tensely. "Not quite," Muldoon said. His flashlight glinted off a crushed radio handset. And on the floor of the car he saw something else, something curved and black. The front doors were dented and jammed shut, but he climbed in through the back door and crawled over the seat to pick up the black object. "It's a watch," he said, peering at it in the beam of his flashlight. A cheap digital watch with a molded black rubber strap. The LCD face was shattered. He thought the boy might have been wearing it, though he wasn't sure. It was the kind of watch a kid would have. "What is it, a watch?" Gennaro said. "Yes, and there's a radio, but it's broken." "Is that significant?" "Yes, and there's something else." Muldoon sniffed. There was a sour odor inside the car. He shone the light around until he saw the vomit dripping off the side of the door panel. He touched it, still fresh. "One of the kids may still be alive," Muldoon said. Gennaro squinted at him. "What makes you think so?" "The watch," Muldoon said. "The watch proves it." He handed the watch to Gennaro, who held it in the glow of the flashlight, and turned it over in his hands. "Crystal is cracked," Gennaro said. "That's right," Muldoon said, "and the band is uninjured, which means the kid took it off." "That could have happened any time," Gennaro said. "Any time before the attack." "No," Muldoon said. "Those LCD crystals are tough. It takes a powerful blow to break them. The watch face was shattered during the attack. So the kid took his watch off. Think about it," Muldoon said. "If you were being attacked by a Tyrannosaur, would you stop to take your watch off? Maybe it was torn off. It's almost impossible to tear a watch off somebody's wrist without tearing the hand off, too. Anyway, the band is intact." "No," Muldoon said. "The kid took it off himself. He looked at his watch, saw it was broken, and took it off. He had the time to do that." "When?" "It could have only been after the attack," Muldoon said. "The kid must have been in the car after the attack, and the radio was broken, so he left it behind, too. He's a bright kid, and he knew they weren't useful." "If he's so bright," Gennaro said, "where'd he go? Because I'd say stay right here and wait to be picked up." "Yes," Muldoon said, "but perhaps he couldn't stay here. Maybe the Tyrannosaur came back. Or some other animal. Anyway, something made him leave." "Then where'd he go?" Gennaro said. "Let's see if we can determine that," Muldoon said, and he strode off toward the main road. On the trail then, see if they're able to get there successfully. Gennaro watched Muldoon peering at the ground with his flashlight. His face was just inches from the mud, intent on his search. Muldoon really believed he was onto something, that at least one of the kids was still alive. Gennaro remained unimpressed. The shock of finding the severed leg had left him with a grim determination to close the park and destroy it. No matter what Muldoon said, Gennaro suspected him of unwarranted enthusiasm and hopefulness. And, "You notice these prints?" Muldoon asked, still looking at the ground. "What prints?" Gennaro said. "These footprints. See them? Coming toward us from up the road? And they're adult-sized prints. Some kind of rubber sole shoe. Notice the distinctive tread pattern." Gennaro saw only mud, puddles catching the light from the flashlights. "You can see," Muldoon continued, "the adult prints come to here, where they're joined by other prints, small and medium size, moving around in circles, overlapping, almost as if they're standing together, talking. But now, here they are. They seem to be running." He pointed off, there, into the park. Gennaro shook his head. "You can see whatever you want in this mud." Muldoon got to his feet and stepped back. He looked down at the ground and sighed. "Say what you like, I'll wager one of the kids survived, and maybe both, perhaps even an adult as well. If these big prints belong to someone other than Regis, we've got to search the park." "Tonight?" Gennaro said. But Muldoon wasn't listening. He had walked away toward an embankment of soft earth, near a drain pipe for rain. He crouched again. "What was that little girl wearing?" "Christ," Gennaro said. "I don't know." Proceeding slowly, Muldoon moved farther toward the side of the road. And then they heard a wheezing sound. It was definitely an animal sound. "Listen," Gennaro said, feeling panic. "I think we better—" "Shh," Muldoon said. He paused, listening. "It's just the wind," Gennaro said. They heard the wheezing again, distinctly this time. It wasn't the wind. It was coming from the foliage directly ahead of him, by the side of the road. It didn't sound like an animal, but Muldoon moved forward cautiously. He waggled his light and shouted, but the wheezing did not change. "Character." Muldoon pushed aside the fronds of a palm. "What is it?" Gennaro said. "It's Malcolm," Muldoon said. Ian Malcolm lay on his back, his skin gray-white, mouth slackly open. His breath came in wheezing gasps. Muldoon handed the flashlight to Gennaro and then bent to examine the body. "I can't find the injury," he said. "Head okay, chest, arms." Then Gennaro shone the light on the legs. He put a tourniquet on. Malcolm's belt was twisted tight over the right thigh. Gennaro moved the light down the leg. The right ankle was bent outward at an awkward angle from the leg. The trousers flattened, soaked in blood. Muldoon touched the ankle gently, and Malcolm groaned. Muldoon stepped back and tried to decide what to do next. Malcolm might have other injuries. His back might be broken. It might kill him to move him. But if they left him here, he would die of shock. It was only because he had the presence of mind to put a tourniquet on that he hadn't already bled to death. And probably he was doomed. They might as well move him. Gennaro helped Muldoon pick the man up, hoisting him awkwardly over their shoulders. Malcolm moaned and breathed in ragged gasps. "Lex," he said. "Lex went. Lex." "Who's Lex?" Muldoon said. "The little girl," Gennaro said. They carried Malcolm back to the jeep and rested him into the back seat. Gennaro tightened the tourniquet around his leg. Malcolm groaned again. Muldoon slid the trouser cuff up and saw the pulpy flesh beneath, the dull white splinters of protruding bone. "We've got to get him back," Muldoon said. "You were going to leave here without the kids?" Gennaro said. "If they went into the park, it's 20 square miles, Muldoon said, shaking his head. "The only way we can find anything out there is with the motion sensors. If the kids are alive and moving around, the motion sensors will pick them up, and we can go right to them and bring them back. But if we don't take Dr. Malcolm back right now, he'll die." "Then we have to go back," Gennaro said. Yes, I think so. They climbed into the car. Gennaro said, "Are you going to tell Hammond the kids are missing?" "No," Muldoon said. "You are." Alrighty, that'll do it for the road. It is on to 7th control chapter. It's just the way he labels the chapters. It's just kind of funny to me, it's the same title. But yeah, we're about 3/4 of the way done, guys. Pretty close there. Fun time with that. Lovecraft tomorrow. So we'll finish the Shadow over Innsmouth Part 4 as well. That will be fun. The final part, the epic, stunning conclusion. We shall see. Alright, Marshmallow, if you're still here, if you'd like to see the horn, I'll grab that right now. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and get the Christmas script story. Well, I'm going to get that in either case, but yeah, we have Christmas stories. We'll do a little 5-minute Christmas carol here. And then we shall move on to more adventures tonight. And we'll check it out. So we shall see. Looking good for now. And yeah, I think that'll be fine. So, pretty good from there. If you enjoyed Jurassic Park, you can show the horn whenever Marshmallow is ready. Now let's move on to some Christmas Carol. Maybe get some good Christmas instrumental music for that. Let me see if I can find one here. That would be fun. Got Fantasy Bard Tavern music compilation. I guess that's close enough. I was going to look up just Christmas music because that's what it is, but this is kind of nice too.
Ancient as the time has come to be alive in the circle of Magi where we will thrive with our brothers. Ancient as remind that time will not unwind. The dragon's crooked spine will never straighten into line. What we plead will be a faithful and decree, where a man will not retreat from the defeat of his fathers. Ancient as a time.
Alright, so I'm going to do one more time reading the actual papers here, and then probably in the future I'm going to check the bot for that, review it, and get the online version so I can look closer to the camera. Be a little better. I'll compare the both. We'll do both on stream. So we'll do one more paper here. I'll take a look at the previous time I did it. This time I did it. Next time we'll do it on screen, most likely. And see how it sounds with music too, because we want to see that too. So we'll check it out. Alright. Let's take a look. So begin our 12 days of Christmas. Good fun. Okay. So here we have Tiny Tim Children's Short Story. That's what it's called. Charles Dickens. Okay. There was once a man who did not like Christmas. His name was Scrooge, and he was a hard, sour-tempered man of business, intent only on saving and making money, and caring nothing for anyone. He paid the poor, hard-working clerk in his office as little as he could possibly get the work done for, and lived on as little as possible himself, alone in 2 dismal rooms. He was never merry or comfortable or happy, and he hated other people to be so, and that was the reason why he hated Christmas. Because people will be happy at Christmas, you know, if they possibly can. Well, it was Christmas Eve, a very cold and foggy one, and Mr. Scrooge, having given his poor clerk unwilling permission to spend Christmas Day at home, locked up his office and went home himself in a very bad temper. After having taken some gruel as he sat over a miserable fire in his dismal room, he got into bed and had some wonderful and disagreeable dreams, to which we will leave him, while we see how Tiny Tim, the son of his poor clerk, spent Christmas Day. The name of this clerk was Bob Cratchit. He had a wife and 5 other children beside Tim, who was a weak and delicate little cripple, gentle and patient and loving, with a sweet face of his own, which no one could help looking at. It was Mr. Cratchit's delight to carry his little boy out on his shoulder to see the shops and the people, and today he had taken him to church for the first time. "Whatever has got your precious father and your brother Tiny Tim?" exclaimed Mrs. Cratchit. "Here's dinner all ready to be dished up. I've never known him so late on Christmas Day before." "Here he is, Mother," cried Belinda. "And here he is," cried the other children, as Mr. Cratchit came in, his long comforter hanging 3 feet from under his threadbare coat. For cold as it was, the poor clerk had no topcoat. Tiny Tim was perched on his father's shoulder. "And how did Tim behave?" asked Mrs. Cratchit. "As good as gold and better," replied his father. "He told me coming home that he hoped the people in church who saw he was a cripple would be pleased to remember on Christmas Day who it was who made the lame to walk." "Bless his sweetheart," said the mother in a trembling voice. Dinner was waiting to be dished up. Mrs. Cratchit proudly placed a goose upon the table. Belinda brought in the applesauce, and Peter the mashed potatoes. The other children set chairs, Tim's as usual close to his father's, and Tim was so excited that he rapped the table with his knife and carried "Hurrah!" After the goose came the pudding, all ablaze, with its sprig of holly in the middle, and was eaten to the last morsel. Then apples and oranges were set upon the table, and a shovelful of chestnuts on the fire. And Mr. Cratchit served round some hot sweet stuff out of a jug as they closed round the fire, and said, "A Merry Christmas to us all, my dears. God bless us. God bless us, every one," echoed Tiny Tim. And then they drank each other's health and Mr. Scrooge's health, and told stories and sang songs. Now in one of Mr. Scrooge's dreams, on Christmas Eve, a Christmas spirit showed him his clerk's home. He saw them all, heard them drink his health, and he took special note of Tiny Tim himself. How Mr. Scrooge spent Christmas Day we do not know, but on Christmas night he had more dreams, and the spirit took him again to his clerk's poor home. Upstairs the father, with his face hidden in his hands, sat beside a little bed, on which lay a tiny figure, white and still. Tiny Tim died because his father was too poor to give him what was necessary to make him well. "You kept him poor," said the dream spirit to Mr. Scrooge. The father kissed the cold little face on the bed, and went downstairs, where the sprays of holly still remained about the humble room, and taking his hat, went out with a wistful glance at the little church in the corner as he shut the door. Mr. Scrooge saw all this, but, wonderful to relate, he woke the next morning feeling as he had never felt in his life before. "Why, I am as light as a feather, and as happy as an angel, and as merry as a schoolboy," he said to himself. "I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas, and here's a Happy New Year to all the world." Poor Bob Cratchit crept into the office a few minutes late, expecting to be scolded for it, but his master was there with his back to a good fire, and actually smiling, and he shook hands with his clerk, telling him heartily he was going to raise his salary, and asking quite affectionately after Tiny Tim. "And mind you make up a good fire in your room before you set to work, Bob," he said, and he closed his own door. Bob could hardly believe his eyes and ears, but it was all true. Such doings as they had on New Year's Day had never been seen before in the Cratchits' home, nor such a turkey as Mr. Scrooge sent for them for dinner. Tiny Tim had his share too, for Tiny Tim did not die, not a bit of it. Mr. Scrooge was a second father to him. From that day he wanted for nothing, and grew up strong and hearty. Mr. Scrooge loved him, and well he might, for it was not Tiny Tim who had unconsciously, through the Christmas dream spirit, touched his hard heart, and caused him to become a good and happy man. And that is that. Hope you enjoyed, guys. Getting started here are 12 days of Christmas here for the first time on stream, the Dragon's Roost. So, love for you to come in, love for you to chat, love for you to enjoy our festivities, celebration, full-time streaming for the rest of the year. That's another 20 days, just about 20 more days of full-time streaming, and we shall see how it goes next year. But we'll have one season at a time. So for now, let's enjoy the most we can. Fun stories, fun adventures. Carry on for good stuff. Let's take a look what we should get into next. And we shall keep up the good fun here. Alrighty, we have got some hunt to play tomorrow and the event on Wednesday. Century, we can do our first round. Several other adventures here to begin with. Let's see what is good to start here. Definitely excited for a few ones. And to get to other ones we've not got to before. Or for a while. So we shall see. Several good ones, though. Check it out. Will be great. Alright, enjoy the good Christmas music. And we shall see here what is next. Pretty nice. Alrighty. So next up here, a few achievements and a few good fun. Just looking at something specific. Well, check it out. Let us decide what is next then. So what we can play with the community and other fun stuff. Hand of Fate 2, good chat, attractive. We'll get to that at some point tonight. I guess we could start off our first real round here of Century. Age of Ashes. Right here. Could start off first round for that. See how the actual game goes. Now we play the tutorial. Relatively fresh in our mind, only a couple days ago, so relatively well set to try that out and see how we do. Alrighty, let's get to a bit of that. This dragon theme sums up. We can do other single player, other multiplayer games later tonight, but this will be a good one to start for now. See how we can do, huh? Let's try. Give it a try. I got that beta dragon, so that's cool too. Exclusive mount there for one of the classes. Marauder or something. Worth a shot. Alrighty. Let's load on in. So my last to the birthday champions of the chatters. Get a marshmallow font for coming in end of his excursions. It's gonna make the computer a little hot. It's kind of intensive, but it's cold enough today. We'll leave it be for now. Alright. Got it. Let's take a look at the roster, everything. We shall see how this goes. Okay. So we got the Phantom, the Wind Guard, and the Marauder. Marauder, the one with the beta dragon, so. Blood Chasers have haunted the sleep. Ferris Mountains have haunted the sleep of many on the continent, based on their reputation for devouring entire villages and cruelly toying with their human victims. As any well-informed person will attest, this is untrue, for the Blood Chasers too proud a beast to feed on such petty prey. A perfect progeny of its high-altitude domain, This specific individual is mostly suited for alpine hunting. Alright. Interesting. And here we have the epic Karskir Crags, which was the beta dragon that we have forever now, so that's pretty great. Karskir Crags. In Karsk, the volcanic rifts that scar the land have never been the most prominent menace. This beast was long subject to myriads of tales, with some asserting it was an emissary of the burning god itself, while others claimed its stripes on its bodies were veins filled with lava. Although these fables are now seen as archaic, the ones who meet this fierce creature usually understand why they came to be told. Alrighty, not bad there. So this is the beta dragon we got exclusive for the Marauder. So I guess we'll start off Marauder mostly. Figure out all this nest, these other classes, these other shops, these currency gems and silver or whatever. I don't know, and I'm probably not gonna be buying any of the premium versions since it's free. Anyway, might as well enjoy the free one. And I don't think we need any other guy. What is this? This is another mode, I guess. But so far we only have a 3v3. Whoops. 3v3 skirmish. Exclusive title. Pioneer. Oh, there we go. Better get that. The Pioneer. That's a little better than Rookie or whatever I have. Default. What do we have? Yeah, is Rookie just your rank? Yeah, it's your rank, so. So there's the classes. Let's look at them as well, though. It's hard just to look at them. Oh no. So Marauder is tagline: "Beware the cornered beast." That's funny. Yeah, just a little extra little things here. Well, I want to give it a fair shake. You know, I don't have to play it too much, but at least give it a fair try. So excited for it's a new kind. So Marauder, you have a passive, which is Relentless Predator, eliminations and assists, fully recharge your ability and power. So very good main combat one for sure. Frost Bolts for wait, that was, why did it switch off Frost Bolts? That was weird. So yeah, Relentless Predator, Hunter's Mark, marks and tracks an enemy, unleashing a flurry of swift fireballs if you attack them. Why is it switching these? They're like multiple ones, I guess. Frost Bolts releases 3 projectiles, causing high shield damage. Hunter's Fury, all enemies become affected by your Hunter's Mark. Eliminations extend the effect's duration, so that's good. Destroys enemy fireballs locked onto you and makes you untargetable for a short time. Restores stamina for each block. So that's the different ones for that. Then we have Windguard. Yeah, Marauder is free of any fealty to a kingdom or homeland. The Marauders are known as skilled poachers and ruthless bounty hunters. Using their mount's ability to track a living creature in any circumstance, they never give up on a prey. So that's a good mercenary, which we'll start off with this good dragon here. Windguard is trained to defend the largest kingdom on the continent. The Windguard is the backbone of the Skeld army. Order of Knight Protectors, they use their mount's power to defend their allies at all costs. Alright, so that's a good defensive one, seems like. Skeldian Resolve, for less affected by shockwaves and negate status effects of a shorter duration. So they're good against specific enemy types. Got Smoke Trail, Blast. Releases an opaque poisonous trail behind your dragon, preventing opponents from targeting you. Rush towards a locked ally, granting a healing temporary shield to you and your target. So you have good protection. Launches an exploding projectile, unleashes a shockwave upon pressing the ability button a second time or when colliding with a surface. And Surge enhances your Salvation Surge, turns an ally berserk for a short time, and grants something else. So that's a good supportive class. Seems like you always want one of those. I don't know if it's a balanced class system or not, though. Yeah, it grants additional shield. And we have Phantom. Hailing from the east, Phantoms are said to be the sole heirs of the first Dragoneer orders. They ride mysterious spiked beasts able to escape or cause death at any time thanks to their ability to cloak within the skies. So that's the good assassin type. Pretty interesting there. Deal more damage to enemy shields. Guard Shatter. Mystic Shroud, you got Invisible, release more powerful. Fireball if you attack. Power is cancelled by damage. And a mine sticks to surfaces and explodes when an enemy enters its trigger zone. So that'd be good for tunnels and such for sure. Makes your character invincible and untargetable for a short while. Your fireballs deal more damage. That's a good rage. So that's the rage and then the power, and then there's other abilities. Launches an exploding projectile and unleashes a shockwave upon pressing the ability a second time. So yep, good variety here. This is the one we have so far, the Epic, so we'll probably start with him a bit, Marauder. And I don't know how much I'd like to play the support one, but it's always an option. And then we have... Oh, we do have another Epic. We get Epic for all of them. That's nice. So I guess I'll just alternate all the classes. Thistle Swamp. So while their presence is rather widespread around the continent, these beasts are so elusive that actual sightings remain rare. Night Snaggers are nocturnal predators, using their abilities to conceal themselves during the day. Horror stories of travelers accidentally stepping on a sleeping night snagger's tail are still quite popular among taverners. Then we have Aird Rituals. Despite centuries of inquiry, knowledge surrounding the legendary Airds remains scarce to this day. That's what it looks like. Pretty nice big one there. Spiky tail. And this one as well. Very nice. How about that? A little bit different than the other one, to be sure. It's a bit more traditional. I like it. Their existence echoes through the name of their native land, the Nordor Range, and in the motifs versed members of the circle still point on their mouths. To these rare erudites, Airds are not only perceived as the predecessors of the Nordor sex, but also as the first men to ever tame dragons. So that's specific design of the dragon for them. Alright, pretty good. Nothing in the nest yet. We'll have to actually play to unlock these things, I bet. And then no Epic for the support one, so I guess that's another reason to not play the support. But here we have Lush Glen. Unlike most dragon species, Iron Wings are known for their highly social behavior. Flying in packs, they tolerate the presence of humans to a large degree. This particular clade grants companionships to soldiers traveling in the verdant Eastervard district. And that is the nice one there. So I'm sure it's a good class and helpful, but they don't have an epic dragon for them, so a reason to not play them to start, I guess. So we can start with that one. Spiky tail. We can start with this one. See how it goes. And I don't think I need much here. Bestiary gives you an overview of the stories and locations of the dragon species you own and those you discovered. You may discover new species when a player with an unknown steed is showcased at the start at the end of a match. You have to see the same species twice to complete a discovery. Alright, that's pretty cool. So we got 2 out of 25. The Phantom has the most, and we own 2 of them. Just over there, there's a little map here of their fantasy world, I guess. Interesting. Alright, that's what we got so far. The basic ones. We shall find more soon. Actually discover them. This shows all the ones in the games. Legendary and such. While some claim to have spotted a specimen in the wild, scholars have yet to identify it. So I have to identify it myself. That comes the more you play. So yeah, really not too much else to look at. I guess we'll go ahead and get started with the can free flight, but train at your own pace in a peaceful setting. That's okay. Nothing too much to learn besides the basics we already did learn. We could do a quick little reintegration just for the basic controls. See how hot it makes the computer. Yeah, this one will heat it up. Dragonfire heats up the computer. So, alright, let's try Phantom to start here. Can't really switch out the abilities. I want to put the ultimate on, at least. Rage. Don't you always want Rage? Well, it doesn't seem to really give me the option, so I don't know. Let me just kind of get a basic feel for the controls again. We got the fireballs. I haven't done this cast before. I was switching a lot earlier today in Overwatch for mouse pad and the wooden tray here, so it's really hard for me to tell my best way to aim. I definitely have some difficulties just basic aiming. Because of my wireless mouse, it's not really good for things that you need to aim, which is most games, of course, but it's just how it goes. Pretty cool. So I got the mine here. Got the invisibility. Interesting. Forgot how to lock on specifically. Does it all automatically, you just have to be looking at them. Still kind of hard. This guy's flying in circles, but I can't catch him. I might have to up the sensitivity or such a bit. That could be helpful. Berserk. Pretty interesting. So yeah, give it a try and not expect anything too much instant like win streak or such, but still a pretty cool game. Let me give it a try here. I don't know if there's any communication in the game, mic or such, so I guess we'll just have to see. Give you guys a good look at it. I'm gonna try it out a bit before we switch to some other stuff here. XP boosters. We got one day XP booster. Should we use that now? Maybe save it for later. Only have the one for free or whatever. Seems like I just get the one, so maybe best to save that for later. We've got initiation missions. Play as the Wind Guard, play as the Marauder, play as the Phantom, play 3 matches, pick up 5 shields. Those are initiation missions, which don't seem to reset at any daily time. So, alright, I think 3v3 is out to begin. Other Dragoneers and progressively intense bouts. Up to level 5. So once we get level 5, it might actually take that away. So let's get started, I guess. Probably start as the Marauder bot. And do we get other stuff here? No. These are things you unlock in time. Paints, colors and stuff, I don't know. Maybe they'll give me that later. Simple piece of cloth with a symbol of the wearer's choice embroidered on it. As for the red coloring, it has been associated with the Spard clans even before Marauders came into existence. So these are just some basic. There we go. Can equip your characters with armors and weapons you obtain through mission level ups or the shop. Customization objects can have different rarities: common, rare, epic, and legendary. So here we have Acolyte Shield Sun. Archaic design betrays the age. The Phantom Order. Which may say is an old as Dragoneering itself. Staples of Phantom symbolism. Rings and discs represent either the cycle of time or a veiled sun. Right. Got it. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Fun bit of century. Okay. Fittingly, the Phantom's Covenant is usually referred to as the Circle. So yeah, not too much for all that. We can read all these things down the line. We don't have to read it right now. Huh. Doesn't show the knight there. The rider. The Dragoneer. When you look at it there in the bestiary, when it shows the dragon. It's kind of interesting. Just wanted to do a little screenshot. Because it's a good dragon game, you know. Alrighty. Get a little drop frames from uploading the screenshot. We'll let that calm down. Get into our first games here. And try it out for the night, you guys. Should be pretty fun. Get some Hand of Fate 2. See what else tonight. We'll see about that. I at least want to do Hand of Fate 2 in this to start, probably. We'll play what we want to play, you know, so. A few games. Excited to finish the final Hunt achievement for sure. We'll be playing that plenty starting in the event, so. Maybe play it a little bit tomorrow, possibly a little bit tonight. It's a good full Horror Tuesday. Excited to finish that Lovecraft story for sure. And we'll continue to practice Christmas Story and the rest as well. That'll all work out great, you guys. Absolutely. Alright. Ooh, a dragon then. Dragon for the dragon's roost, so it is very fitting. Yep, sacrifice a few frame drop percentage, and it'd take quite a bit of time just to upload a little screenshot. But at least want the one, you know. Christen the game properly. So we'll see. Good Dragon Knights and fun pictures and the rest. Magical fun, fun, fun. Okay. Picture is up. There it is. Looks good to me. Alrighty. We are set now. Back to Century. Alright, few drop frames shouldn't be too bad. Let's start off in rookie matchmaking. And go from there. Eyes open, do our best. See if we can get good at it or not. I'm still trying to learn. Yeah, I'll show you some Overwatch captures probably before Hand of Fate 2. Played just a few rounds today and was really having trouble deciding if I should do the wooden mouse for my wireless mouse here. This is what I play with all the time. Just so you know. And if I use the mouse pad or just the wood of my little tray here. So I can put the mouse pad there, or I use just the little wood of my keyboard tray. It's smoother here with the wood, but sometimes you want more accuracy with the mouse pad. But you can't really look around as much. It's harder to move it as much, so it's not as consistent as the wood. But I just switch back and forth sometimes. I don't know. That's best. So we'll see. Alright, now we're in the matchmaking, so just let that come up. Let me take a look at some of the other things here. A light and versatile shield favored by bounty hunters when fighting on foot. The painted edge is said to be as sharp as a sword and can be used as an emergency solution when dealing with peculiarly unruly targets. Alright then. So how much they actually fight hand-to-hand combat. I don't think the game has that at all. It just has it in theory, but it's all about the Dragoneer's dragon riding. You don't actually dismount the dragon or attack them melee with your sword at any time. They just have that for like, the lore of the atmosphere. They don't actually do that. I'm pretty sure. Alright, joining match. Let's see how our very first real match goes, guys. 5% drop frames is cooling down. I did turn off the Wi-Fi, so it should be good. Oh, all going Marauders, looks like. All of us. I have no idea if this game has communication or not. So let's give it a shot. Alright, I guess we're ready. Does it have any communication, any open mic, any mic button? I really don't know. Alright, same team for both sides. Apparently the Phantom is not as popular as I thought. Okay. We'll see how it goes. I'm not really too worried about it in any case, but eyes open, we'll at least do what we can. Alright, to battle. These teams here. Is that an enemy already? No, enemies are red ones. It's hard to turn. Is this just deathmatch? Like there's no objectives? I don't really think of that. Alright, we got that one. Got an assist. This is weird so far. Don't seem to be taking much fire from them though. It's very hard to time the flame breath. So this is only deathmatch, there's no objectives. That's the other mode, I guess. We haven't actually unlocked that yet, though. This is weird so far. Uh-oh, I'm on fire. Ah! Get behind him. Not as easy as it looked, you know? There we go, first kill. Alright. At least we made a kill before we died the first time. Range. Start with the first round, I think. There we go. Well, so far, so good. I don't know if there's any communication or what, but I don't really need it. Oh! 3 kills in a row. Alright. Guess we're, good start. And that's the round. We got it. Nice. Very nice. That was pretty good. First Legion is the first round. There's 5 rounds, though, so there's no shortage of that. Yeah, I really don't know if there's any communication. There might not be. I mean, I'd probably see other people do it if there was. So. Turn off motion blur, that's a good idea. Alright, on to the next, see if we can keep that up. Good initial beginner's luck there. Definitely. Get that shield. That helps. I forgot to use all my abilities. I didn't even think about those. What the heck is that one do? I have no idea what that does. Burn him. Those wind tunnels. Yeah, I totally forgot what Q does. Doesn't help. Got him. Okay. Passive? What? Passive? My passive? Yeah. A little bit. Fire strikes. Round ends in 1 minute. You have to click to get the boost, I think, which is awesome. I don't remember what that does. Alright, assist. These enemies don't seem to be attacking much, so that's good. Boom. I don't know. sure there'll be people much better at it by now. It's already been out a couple weeks almost, so there's probably people really high up. Ping seems to be fine, so that's good. Happy about the ping. Doesn't seem to affect it at all on stream, so that's great. Ouch. Get one more win, one more kill, that'll seal the deal. 3 seconds. You're ahead though, so that's all we need. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any communication in the game. Not that it's really necessary, but it's weird. I'm used to there being some kind of chat in the game. Maybe there'll be a post-game chat. Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Fury. Alright, so they have new things. As the rounds progress, they add more abilities and such. Let's see how that works. I just don't know what Q does. Holy. Right in the middle of it there. Enemy team probably wants to come back by now, so we'll have to keep it up. Burn. Yes. What that did. Roast him. Alright. All we need. Ah, he's on me, yep. Get away. Oh boy. Better get away. There we go. Where they at? Crazy. That's not good. That is not good. Ah, he's on me too much yet. I can't shake him yet. 1 health. I'm still alive. Just right on my tail there. Whew. I don't know how I got away from that, but somehow I'm still alive. He's hunting me, Hunter's Mark. Roast him. Well, good enough, I guess, huh? Not a bad first round. Wow. Pretty interesting. I mean, there's a few dynamics there. Makes it pretty fun, but got our first round. Played some round at one time. That was good. Not bad, I guess. Alright. 6 kills, 2 assists. That's a pretty great score there. Let me screenshot that for sure. See if I can get some better quality of my screenshots. It seems like they're the best they're gonna get. Okay, Newborn Hunger. Almost got that chainmail. 5 shield. Huh. Alright then, we got our first dragon egg. That's good. Wow. And that's that, I guess. Alright. Nice job to my team. Let's see what this is. A very fun first match there. Somehow we just had such an advantage that made it really easy, quick, and great. Alright, here you can equip a dragon egg, prove your worth by completing missions, and witness the growth of your hatchling into a full-fledged adult dragon. You can ride to battle. Successfully hatching an egg grants you a dragon. Let's see. A rare remote estuary. Adult form for that. Convinced as you might be it would easily survive a fall, its slippery coating makes you clasp it hard. You also have a feeling its strange fishy smell will now follow you everywhere. That's fun. So we just have to keep upgrading that or something. I guess you get that every match or something. And that's the new spiky one for the Anderson. Alright, congratulations. It seems you are finally ready to rule the skies. You'll now be able to access Century's core experience and start quick unranked 6v6 matches. Some game modes will be unlocked as you play. Rookie mode will remain available until level 5 in the playtime. Afterwards, it will be replaced by skirmish. So we might as well play that while we can, because we're going to level up no matter what mode we play, so we really might as well, you know, finish that off. Alright. And ranked play 6v6, Spoils of War. Quick play, there's different modes. Elimination, Gates of Fire. Let's capture the flag. This one is like capture little cargo. And that's just deathmatch basically. So we can try this out later. Might as well stick to rookie for now. I want to do just the one and done, but that was a pretty good initial round, so enjoyed it. That was pretty much the best I could have gone. You saw the scoreboard there. So that was pretty good way to start off the game. Maybe go ahead and upload that. Pretty good there. 6-2. So yeah, that was nice. First match, some good success, some dragon inspiration. I don't know, it seemed to work out great. In any case, so not bad. That was pretty good. Alrighty, well, I guess it deserves a little intermission. We come back shortly. Keep it on. Some more Century. Good stuff. Some other achievements and such. Oh, we did get the Immortal. Complete a match without dying. That's a good one to start off with, huh? We came really close there. We were down to the very last sliver of health, so it was definitely a close one. But yep, we did make it. So pretty good so far, guys. It's a good way to begin some of that. Enjoy it. And loaded the screenshot. It's all done. First match, yeah, really could not have gone much better. Guess we'll keep it up, see we can do some more. Fire Legion and Storm Legion. Yeah, it was actually Fire Legion and Storm Legion. The team, so it's going to be on Fire Legion. Even though it's blue, it would have made a lot more sense if Storm Legion was blue and Fire Legion was red. Maybe that changes, though. I don't know. But yeah, 6-2. We were able to get that Immortal achievement right out the gates there. That worked out pretty awesome, guys. And a lovely beginning to the game. However the rest of it goes, we have that excellent start to it. So, Century did recommend it, associated game, before it came out, and we got a good review for it here as well, so not bad. I was there in the activity feed for a nice first match. Pretty awesome, guys. Alright, quick little intermission. We'll pick it up for some more Century and get some other hand feed to us and stuff there. Welcome all lurkers, love you coming in chat. I will see you just a few minutes. Keep it going. Alright, catch you then, guys. Back in just a bit. Good stuff. Alright guys, almost back. Okay, just give me another minute here. We'll be good to go, good to continue on for tonight. Yep, here we go guys. Computer making this game very hot indeed. It's intensive, I guess. So I'm gonna go ahead and up the fan here. It's getting a little hot here. Let me check the temperature. So that is pretty hot. Alright, we are currently at 145 degree, 170 degree graphics card. 170 degrees, that's a little up there, but should be okay for a few more rounds. Enjoy the rest of this recruit phase, which is pretty cool. And yeah, first game there worked out pretty great. Check out that. Yep, 6-2 with no death. 6 kills, 6 final blows, 2 assists, and 0 deaths. So I guess my team was able to distract those enemies a lot. Shalix there helping for 4 kills as well. They're 2-2, 2-5. One of them only had 4 deaths, so that worked out pretty nicely. First match there. Whatever happens here on out, we'll always have that amazing first victory, so that was great. Alright, guess we'll be good to continue here. Is there anything else I want to check? I don't know. We'll see, but we are back to it. A fun time tonight. Alright, let me retry, reconnect here. And yeah, we'll play a few more. Enjoy the recruit mode while we have it. Get some other good games tonight. And that is all set. We will, some Hunt tomorrow, Horror Tuesday, Shadow of Innsmouth. And yeah, quality is at Epic, so I guess that's just a little intensive. On the computer, it's a newer game, newer graphics, so I mean, it's a brand new game pretty much, so I can understand it makes the computer a little hot. I'll try not to leave it on idle next time for intermission. Next time I take an intermission during the game or such, I will not leave it there. So let's continue on these rookie modes. I believe I'm queuing for that. And see how else we can do. That was pretty great initial one, and we got our first dragon egg in the bestiary, or whatever that is. somewhere. The dragon egg goes somewhere. You just have to keep growing that. Not too sure where it is, but it's on the nest. There we go. So the nest, we got our very first one, the remote estuary for the wind guard. So that's a wind guard dragon. Class that we have not played so far yet, but it seemed like the wind guard was helpful to have on our team the last time, and only marauders, so we actually haven't seen a phantom in the actual game yet. Let me turn my phone Wi-Fi back off. I turned it on for a minute. Try to keep Snapchat streaks and such. Should be okay now. Alright, we'll continue on the fun. Thanks to Marsh chatting earlier, a couple hours ago. Let's carry on now for a good time. It's Dragon Juice, fun stuff, Magical Monday. Read our stuff. Believe I'm staying true to my advertisement tonight. I said only Hand of Fate 2 really the guaranteed game, so we'll get to that next. Show a little Overwatch, and yep, we have Rain and Snow coming tonight. Read our Jurassic Park Christmas Carol already. Hand of Fate 2 coming up next, and the end of the first Subathon birthday stream, and the first of 12 days of Christmas. Christmas only 12 days away, so good time to celebrate that first time on stream. So welcome on back. A fun time. Let's get to some more good action here. Continue on recruit. That was really excellent. First round though. See if we can possibly do any better than that. I don't know, but the Fire Legion at 6 kills and 2 assists. So that's a pretty excellent first match. So see if we can keep that up. The Fire Legion triumphed over the Storm Legion. So a good first recruit match. We'll see how the rest goes. Huh? Alright. Yep, Marauder. Don't know how to customize abilities. So let me see. Gust, destroy all enemy fireballs locked onto you and makes you untargetable for a short time. That's what I thought I was doing. I was doing that. I said, oh, this looks like this is probably a defensive ability. So thankfully I was right about that. You can only choose which one to start with. It looks like I started with Frostbolts. So we have double Frostbolts and a Smoke Trail. For our Wind Guard, it's nice somebody else take the support. To get us started here, I don't know if 3 Marauders would be bad, but good looking dragons. It's nice they changed the colors a little bit for the portraits, but it's mostly the same. Alright, let's see how it goes. Next one, you guys. Good to go. Oh, our Storm Legion this time, so maybe this will be time for a humbling defeat after that great first round. Didn't notice any ping issues for it being on stream, so that was good. And see how the next one goes, huh? Alright, and this time they have a Marauder. They do have a Phantom. They do have a Phantom instead of a Wind Guard, so we'll see if our support class helps out, or if the Phantom double Marauder ends up getting the best of us. Alright, there's our controls. No special controls or anything. Apologize for a little drop frames. Hopefully that continues to calm down. And let's get to it, guys. Another good round. We get that chainmail with this final shield I need. And here we go. Oh, yeah. Somebody put a hunter's mark on me. Got the abilities done. I gotta use them. Burn him to a crisp. There we go. He's almost dead. Come on. There we go. Alright. Bad for now. Got him. So got my tail here. That's why you gotta brake to turn around. You actually it does help to brake. I'm trying to turn, but it is hard. Whoops. That's not good. Oh boy. Yep, there's my first step. Had to happen at some point. Absolutely had to happen at some point. Yep, that's the Phantom too, so it makes sense the first Phantom we encounter is the big killer. Alright, try this again. Let's see if I have any special ability this time. So that's difficult. He's almost dead. No, he's not as low as I thought. Alright, 2-2. This one's much closer. Oops. Hard to lock on to them this time. Yeah. Alright, I think they got enough for this round. Yep, they got that round just in time. Yeah, first death there. It's for the Phantom. Alright. Other side of the coin here. Hopefully we get an ability soon. That would be helpful. I thought I had the ability all the time, but there we go. Frost bolts. So I guess I did select which one I wanted. I probably should have done the defensive one, but this would be good projectiles. That'll slow them down, make them easier to catch and kill. Let's see how that goes. Let's unlock this. Q. And I thought you had to click to get the ability, the power-ups, but maybe not. Got Q, yep. Just helps a break, but they really balance it pretty well all the time, you know. So, I knew what they were doing with that. 3 enemies. Made it so you can break and just look at the enemies really easily. Did that on purpose, of course. Got him. Alright. There we go. That's better. Yep, game makes my computer hot, but most of them get intensive drag. Graphics ones do. Not too surprised. There's these frost bolts I don't have at the moment. Get it in there. Alright, we got this round in the bag. So far. Oh, got revenge on the first one that killed me. That's better. What is this thing? Alright, we got this round. No problem, so I'm not really worried about it. Nah, leave her. Enemy team left. That's silly. Alright, still leading the tide for the lead. It was. Alright, there we go. Almost got ambushed there. Nice. Well, fortunate for the lever. Hopefully they have some backfill system, so it'll be balanced again. Not really fair at 3v2 in this kind of game. A big advantage. Alright, got that. Hunter's Mark. I guess we all have that. It's a Rage. Hunter's Fury. So let's see if I get to use that. I think that works for the Marauder, yeah. Yep, I do have it, so I'll try to use that. One goes for the shields at the start, seems like. Alright, I think I marked him, yep. That's good. I went offensive over defensive this time, so see how that affects my style here. Wow, he's going in circles or something. Yeah, it is 3v2, so that should be automatic victory this time. It's sad, so good. Try to get an enemy. Out of boosts, yep. Get the boost back. It said follow like the energy trail, it's hard to do that. Keeps going in circles. There we go. Going to the edge of the map, that's really easy to kill him there. Yeah. Doesn't show my full name because it's too long to Twitch, but that's alright. Might show recent players, we'll see. But another successful round. Burn him to a crisp. Got a lot of revenge on that guy. Oh yeah. Alright. The sky is our domain. It's pretty awesome. I'm trying to catch my strange angles. Good enough. Very nice. And another match in the bag. Beautiful. So yeah, no communication at all this game. That's pretty interesting. We might want to give it a break a little bit because computer's hot, but that's fine. Alright, another good one there. Wow. There we go. Not bad. 5 and 2 with the 1 death this time, so close to my first match. I think I had 6 and 2, right? So pretty close. And sadly they had a lever, and the 1 kill was on me. So. Oh well. Got that chainmail, trial of fire. It's just plain rounds. So we could at least finish that. Do the first 3 rounds. There's the newborn growth. Newborn hunger. Some XP. Player icon. We'll see about that. That's just your little player icon. You didn't even see that in the game, really. Okay, not bad. Looks like you can get like close to like 6 people for your whole team. Egg is ready to hatch. Go to eggs menu to discover your new dragon. Alright, let's see our windbreaker or whatever it's called. I'm sorry, it's kind of fun. Yeah, wind guard. Try our wind guard egg here. Alright, let's hatch him up. Ready to hatch our first dragon egg on stream, guys. That is an exciting time. I'll send one picture for Hungarian group chat later. That's pretty awesome. Alright, let's hatch the first egg on stream. Excited for the baby dragon. Pretty awesome. Alright, let's hatch her up, shall we? Here we go. Your egg has hatched. Interesting. Ah, there he is. The baby dragon. Wow. That's cute. Very nice. I don't know, I'm on the fence. I want to play this game a lot, really get good at it, really get a lot of progress. Just take it step by step, but some games like this, it is fun to get pretty involved in, so we'll see. Sorry for the 6.4% drop frames, guys. Doing what I can on my end to get that to lower. But hey, there's our dragon. We got him for now. It's the baby dragon. The fire mouth and all he has. That's awesome. Alright. Dragon hatchling. You have become the caretaker of your first dragon hatchling. Yes, its frail figure and inexperience rules out any riding for now. Unless you're a mouse, yeah, or gnome, tiny guy. To make it reach its potential, you will have to raise it by completing growth steps mission. Alright. What is that? Way of the Stone, pick up 3 shields. That's not so bad. Convinces you might be able to easily survive a fall. Alright, so this is the wind guard. Mount. It's a new species, I guess. Pretty good. Pretty good there. Ooh. Those player icons. Top 500 for what? Oh well. And you can have, yeah, like 6 teammates here, so that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, the apprentice, tenderfoot, squire, peasant, guardian, Harry. The Harry? That's a funny one. Huh? Yeah, we'll do guardian for now. That's good. That is kind of fun. These are our pictures so far. Age of Madness. That's interesting. Scout relic. It's whatever. Better, I guess. Title. What was that one we claimed? The Pioneer? Yeah, the Pioneer is the one we claimed. Whichever. Alright, so far we got an 11 KD. KD of 11. And wins losses 2. 11 kills, 1 death. That's how it should be, huh? Not bad at all. Wow. Alright, these are the ranking awards. goes up and up and up. Get tagline or random egg. Level 80. Level 100. I guess that's the full prestige. The full game. Alright, not bad, guys. We'll do at least the one more for now. Trial of Fire. Finish that. Get the shields as well. We need shields for the nest. Yeah, we need 3 shields for growing the the baby, basically. But good stuff so far, guys. Glad to stream this. It's pretty awesome. I've been waiting for it for a few months now, so like half a year or so it's pretty good to finally play it. I think we'll do at least one more for now and move on to that Hand of Fate 2 Beloved Action. Some good chat interaction. Let's finish off for now. One more match before we get to level 5. And we shall play more of this, hopefully, yeah, pretty regularly. Just here and there, you know, get a few matches between our other adventures, medieval fantasy days, Monday and Thursday mostly. Be good for sub Saturday too. If you guys enjoy it. Dragon themes, of course, always great. So that is pretty cool. Pretty fun. Baby dragon. Oh yeah. Upcoming. Maybe that means they're not out yet. And you can buy a bunch of stuff like any game. $100 for 13,000 gems. Don't even know what I would do with them really. Good banner. Banners. Oh, I did get some gems to start with. Most of those things, microtransactions. Marvel Strike Force one comes to mind, of course. You really just get them automatically by playing, so it's kind of a waste of money. Sometimes they have exclusive deals, things more tempting. Certain characters, certain things, certain content in the actual game. Not just cosmetics, but for the most part, microtransactions never worth it. I'm probably going to treat myself to the one legendary hunt skin. Let's take a look at that, actually, for the start of the event. I think so far the ones that come out lately, got the cool Devil's Advocate, new legendary. That'll be coming out. But yeah, the ones that come out is the one coming out tomorrow, so it'll be a good time to get her maybe tomorrow. These other ones been out since September or October. Dead's Herald, yeah, I'm thinking the one that really appealed to me more is this one, so we could just get her tomorrow. Comes with Winfield Aperture, which I do not use, but I guess a good try and Gunslinger for a Scottfield. That's a good new Scottfield legendary. And the legendary Hunter, the Gunslinger. Or is that the... Yeah. Felon 6 is the revolver, and she is the Gunslinger. So that one's pretty good. Try that out. Alright, another Marauder here. I'll try out Phantom soon enough, but... And I'm liking Gust. Yeah, Gust so far has been good, so... Let me try that out if I can. Oh, we got a Phantom on our side, so let's see how that goes. No support character this time, but then again I didn't notice the Wind Guard really helping much, specifically, like, seeing that, but oh, they got 2 Wind Guards. So I didn't really notice it, that doesn't mean it wasn't helping, so we'll see if this is first one or not getting it, so check it out. I think it just shows a random teammate or something every time. It's interesting. Alright guys, 3rd time's the charm. See if we can top our 6 kills in a round so far for the 11 KD. Let's see if we can get 7 kills. And get 3 shields as well for that dragon. Yeah, it'll be tougher and tougher opponents every time we fight, so... Got that Hunter's Mark. Get on here. Circles as always. Damn it. That's a good way to break the shield, run into a wall. Damn. More difficult angles this round. And it's yellow and you can lock. I thought it was green. Why is it all changing now? Uh-oh, we lost one already. Teammate. The ability yet. There we go, that's the good angle. Alright, killed him. I get away from the guy on my back. He's right behind me. That's for 2-1, so that is what we needed there. Get back here. A few shields. To my side. To catch them. There we go. Come on, come on. Yes! Beautiful. That's better. Alright, good first round. Oh man. Storm Legion again, that's just the team up. Doesn't matter. And see, it's blue this time. It's confusing. It keeps switching the colors and the sigils. Alright, got our Gust. That should be helpful. Definitely. And let's get him again. Eyes open, guys. This is pretty cool. Pretty fun controls. You're getting the hang of it, you know. Bit by bit. Come here, you. Excellent. Alright. Oh, poison. Shit. That's nasty. Gotta get those wellspring things. Where they at? Where they at? Oops. Too quick. Yep. Zooming by. There he is. There's my quarry. Come on, almost in range. Yes, yes. Burn him. Oh, one hit, one hit. Just running away. Alright, you got him. As long as someone finishes him, we get the point. It's all about the points here. Oh, shoot. Thankfully, I can take a little hit on the rocks. Oh. Can't tell where this guy... Burn him. Oh, the trail, though. That trail makes it really hard to follow. Poison is effective. Dragon poison. Alright. Oh shit, we're actually in behind. Shit. That's not good. Damn! That's a comeback for that team. Big comeback. Alright. They're using that poison pretty creatively, so I guess it is the good ability right now in this stage of the game. Yep, they definitely got that round. Alright, we had to lose a round at some point. I mean, can't win all the time. Alright. 1-1. A little tiebreaker here. And it's 3 out of 5, so it gets to 3 first. Okay. Could not get away from that. That was nasty. Alright. See if we can bounce on back. 1-1. Well matched so far. People getting the hang of it, you know, they'll get progressively better, so. Get off of me. God, it's not leaving me alone. Turn and face the guy. Bastards. Dude, I cannot get an angle on him at all. Oh, shoot. Wow. There's nothing I could do there. He's just constantly on my tail. Super annoying. Get some revenge. Safe to catch them. we go. 2-2. Just even the odds. Score. Overtime. Next kill wins. Damn it, they got it. Yep, it's getting tougher now, huh? Definitely had a good beginning to the game, first 2 rounds in any case, but now it's getting a little trickier. And it actually is helping. These guys have 2 wind guards. They're really giving those support abilities, so that seems to be going better for them. Alright, still not too late though. I wanted to see if recent players see this game or not. You do not. This game still. A few do in Steam. So yeah, that Hunter's Mark, really confusing how to use that. I'm trying. I hit him at least. Look at all that poison bullshit. These bastards. Yeah. You know, saw him there. Bastards. Getting them low, just not quite able to finish them yet. Yeah, my team is not as good as this time as these other 2 times. Or I might have been matched against the one I kept winning with if it was the same person. I don't really know. Definitely takes some getting used to. Lure, got a lure point. Seem to be healing too, so that doesn't help. There we go. Oh, I tied it up just in time. Ugh. Team is not doing well this time. See if I can help him. Come on, come on. Yes. That secured that round. Damn. Oh man, this one is more challenging, huh? Alright, final round, round 5. Went all the way. 1-2-1. Sudden death, no respawn. Here we go. Good luck. Wait, someone left on the enemy team. The pressure got to them. So, it's whoever lasts the longest now. Well, that's a bombardment, but I did gust away from it. Oh, get away from me, you bastard. Jesus. I can barely survive. Let alone kill them sometimes. Okay. 2v3, so they're gonna really try to work together. There we go. Burn the bastard. Boom! 3v1. Gust, get me out. Ah, he roasted me. Alright, it's up to my team. Can they finish 2v1? Come on, guys. Yes. Oh, man. Pretty intense first few matches of Century Age of Ashes. I am liking it, though. Fun Dragoneers on the Dragon's Roost. For our first of 12 days of Christmas, last day of Subathon for my birthday week. And hey, I got #1 position this time. Beware the cornered beast. Yep. Change those sayings later. Nice job, team. There's no chat, but yeah, look at my score. I definitely carried the team there. 7 kills, 1 assist. That was nice. Alright, well done then. We made it. That does it for Trial of Fire and Wave the Stone. How did I not get Trial of Fire? Oh, good stuff. 3. Some more coins. Not bad, guys. Definitely an intense challenge there at the end, but we pulled through. We're good for 3 for 3 now. That was nice. Hatchling is ready to grow yet again. After witnessing your courage in battle, your hatchling is ready to progress to the next growth step. How about that? Awesome. Complete enough growth steps so it can thrive into a potent steed. Alright, let us grow. No reason to unequip them. We don't even have any other eggs. So when I get to choose other ones, maybe I'll not do the class I don't play as. But we'll see. Alright, do some fire breath there. Very nice. Dodge 3 fireballs. We shall get to next time. Alrighty. Pretty interesting, guys. Let's see about, how do you change those words? Yeah, those quotes. Oh, another, icon there. And another banner, but not much different there. So you can change the title. Got the Pioneers, the special one, because the beginning of the game. So maybe a couple of years from now it'll be fun to use that. The KD went from 11 down to 4.50, so understandable. Only the Marauder so far. We will try the other classes at some point. And I don't know how to change those words, the little quote that you get, but I probably haven't unlocked it yet. Alright, not a bad time so far, guys. We had some fun stuff for Age of Ashes beginning here. Let's pick it up again soon. Yeah, play this another time this week. And that'll be great. For now, it's on to Hand of Fate 2. We'll be back to Century again soon. Pretty fun so far. I did enjoy that. Got some few screenshots, even though for some reason my screenshots don't say very good quality most of the time. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, it seems fine there, but just here in the little viewing place, it's not so good. But yeah, fun time with that, guys. It was definitely a good introduction, the baby dragon and all. Should do something else than just the match summary. We should get some actual stuff here. A happy baby dragon. Got him to the 3rd phase, but I kind of like that picture better, I guess. Is that one? He has his eyes closed. He's happy. This one, he is eager and awaiting. Oh yeah, that's a good one to end it on. The dragon roar, the dragon face. One or the other. That baby dragon. A few more drop frames, nothing too bad. And I believe stream is fine. No real need for a stream test right now. Just move on some good Hand of Fate 2. And an excellent victory that it was. Save them from the brink. That was good stuff. And yeah, it'll probably do it for now. Could upload the score, I guess, but that was good fun, guys. Definitely enjoyed a bit of that, so I'll do a few screenshots here for the stream. Other excellent adventures that it was. Alrighty. We'll do it for now. A few fun matchings there. Good looking dragons. Great fun. And our first couple achievements. First few screenshots. Excellent fun. Alrighty. Yep, it's a good little update there. Nice time of it. Beautiful stuff. Good fun for Century, and let's check out some of the achievements actually, because seems, yeah, so win 10 matches, 50 matches, 100 matches, 50 enemies, 100 enemies, 200 enemies, level 20, level 50, level 100. Make the enemy coffers explode using the Vault Breacher. Where in the heck is that? That must be like map specific, or oh, coffers. So it's like the mode where you get the treasure, I guess. That's probably what that is. Find and ring the bell on Huanvunt Lake. No idea where that is. Gates of Fire. Pass all gates in one try. Is that for the CTF mode maybe? Spoils of War. Stash a single load of 200 gold, 400 gold. Smash your dragon to wall and die. Appear 20 times on the end match podium. So that's just the top 3. Obviously, the 3 out of 3, you get some automatic ones. Kill 5 enemies with Drake Piercer. That must be the Phantom ability. Hatch 5 eggs. Win 10 matches. It's each class. Be ranked. Consume a level 6 bounty in Carnage. Consume bounties. Not too sure what that is. We'll see. Win a match while in a squad, so we have to actually have teammates for that. That might be hard, but we'll get it eventually. Kill the Berserk Wraith 5 times in Carnage. I mean, it's free to play. It's easy enough to find people. We could just join Discord or such. Kill the Berserk Wraith 5 times in Carnage. So, I guess that's specific enemy or ability. 5 enemies while being Berserk. Equip a character with 3 epic or legendary items. So we just have to get 1 for each slot. 5 Carnage matches, 5 Gates of Fire matches, 5 Spoils of War matches, for blood, for glory, and for gold. The chosen one be showcased before a match. That's just random, I think, so we'll get that eventually. Alright, pretty good initial stuff there, guys. We'll switch on over to a bit of Hand of Fate 2 for now. And we shall enjoy that, because it is one of my favorite games, and it's been a lot of fun to stream recently, so I'll get to a bit of that. And carry on for the endless mode, other fun. And then we'll see what else to close off the evening. Something else, probably, I'm sure. But we'll play other games soon. Hunt tomorrow. Wednesday for sure. Buy that new Legendary Hunter for the fun of it. We'll also look at our 9-month sub badge. About to get that, so enjoy the purple sub badge for a little bit longer here. We'll get to the end of the month here, and shortly here in December, for the 9-month sub badge for all our Dragon Champions to enjoy, and the year badge as well. So a bit less different slots, I thought, for the sub badges, but it's a good variety for now. We'll at least get all the good sigil colors, and then we can do some other fun ones for year 2 and year 3, even if it's not quite as frequent. We'll still get a good balance there. So we'll look forward to it all grand time. Joy for our community. A lovely victory there for Century Age of Ashes. That was a lot of fun to play for now. So thank you for watching that. Enjoy the VOD, all the rest. Enjoy the live stream right here. Immortalizing fun. Let's get to a bit of Hand of Fate 2 action. Carry on for the progress of that. It's looking good tomorrow. Okay. Carry on here for endless mode. Nothing to load specifically. Continue button for this game, at least for one, is totally fine. So, and Fate 2, looking fine, looking great. And just message on Discord real quick. Awesome. Alright, all set then. Switched on over. Hand of Fate 2. Looking good, guys. Alrighty, so we were here on the board. Our character, first Katura. Very first Katura level here. Trying to get some goblins for that. Trying to get some dice gambits for the Gambler's Jewel. Nothing too much else here. Yeah, Suit of Ice, Meteor Strike. The Wild Hunt again, because Coco wanted to see that. But let's get our Twitch integrations. There we go. First step, and it clicks back on. Alrighty, so you guys enjoy that. Chat interactive fun. Anyone comes in the chat here, Dragon's Roost, you can also be the boss or such we face at the end of the current adventure. So, alright, on to Temple Prayers and Blue Ambush. We don't have the Red Blessing at the moment, so that'll be fine. 5 curses. So that's a little bit nasty. Want to get that achievements eventually, but I don't know if now is the best time for that. Let me see camp just real quick if there is anything to be done here. We have 295 gold though, so I really might as well spend that. Got that recently from the last time we played. It's been a few days, but not too long. Band of Faith for Undead. You can have any number of rings, so it's not like you limit that. Alright, good for now. Let's carry on. Hat for the dealer if you guys want. Make a donation, absolutely. Ooh. These are kind of basic blessings, but gold game card, 2 food. This one's pretty good. Yeah, I always like that one actually. That one's if you're poor. Oh, gain 20 fame. Yeah, it's a temporary fame blessing. This one's the best one because you want max life. Excellent. Leave with your new blessing. Alright, Blue Ambush without red, so they won't bother me. Keep your wits about you. Looking good. Defeat Ramus Thornbuck, so we'll get into him there. Parandris, nothing I can do to slow the card shuffle here, so I might have been able to do the curses for Suit of Ice. Whoops! Okay, so that'll do me some really bad gain cards. I mean, we could do this one since we have that new one, but I don't need gold, so... Oh, he just gives you all of them, I forgot, yeah. He gives you all of those. So that's not good, but it's not too big a deal. Alright, let's carry on, guys. Fun stuff, Hand of Fate 2. Foggy Forest, just like we have in real life here as well, so... Pretty awesome. Step by step. 2 gold. Yeah, we might as well come back to that. Priest. That's really only for food. I mean, only does give us a blessing, so why not? Okay. Got it. Nice. 23 food, 2 fame. Alright, 0 gold and 0 food at the beginning of a new map. It's pretty hard to do, but... And damage is reduced by 30% in the next combat with light weapons, so you take more damage and do more stuff. Alright, might as well keep buying food here. Now that I've given half of it away. And go ahead and discard for max life on the small one. That makes sense. Trade a little max life there. And here we have Shield of Eagle. 10 max life while equipped. Well, we have plenty of gold. It's kind of a shame not to do it, so save that for later. And that is that. We still have
Do
the...
not let this life take you.
Bounty.
There are more important causes to consider.
I thought I already had that on. I guess not. Well, good thing we did it now. So weird. Just 4 Briar folk, so it's not much this time. Alright then. And we saw those achievements earlier. It kind of seems like a lot, but it's not too bad. Alright, fair enough.
Even the trees here work against you.
Let's save the Sword Flare. What was that max health? That was weird. Huh. What was that about? I don't know why I lost max health there. Must just be overlooking something. Oh, is it from the... something? Just don't know exactly what. Something to do with one-handed. Just forget at the moment. That's alright. Okay. So we'll get that bounty, looks like, already. That's 4 Briar Folk. Let's take a look. Let's use the big hammer, because it's nice.
If you're lucky, I'll leave you some.
Nice damage. Yeah, I know. Lucky I'll leave you some. These guys are such pushos. The final encounter is pretty tough. You don't want to underestimate them because they do get pretty tough at the end for the adventure conclusion, but these scouting parties, really nothing. No matter what. So, yeah. Alright, there's the bounty, so we could claim it for later at any time in camp, but we just might as well. So she'll be lost for now. The last of the Briar Folk falls to your blows, leaving you alone in the market square. The Queen's Words carries combat damage, and the Huntsman comes for you. And the gold gain card. Yeah, she leaves. I'll go ahead and put this back on in case we do get the random goblin. And there's that max health again, so something to do with one-handed. I just don't remember what it is. There it is. It's the armor. Okay, it is the armor. So we might as well keep that so we don't lose the max health. Part, keep that. Alright, watchtower. Got a lot of gold. Might as well try to sneak past. Alright, I need the dice gambits anyway, so this is good.
Back to the bones. I hope you have learned to be their master.
That was great. That was much better. Turn your gaze to north and south. And now we go back to the cartographer since we got it all. Negotiation that reminds us of our adventures here, just those. Works out good. We get 5 extra gold from revealing the encounters. If we got the desert trek, maybe we'd get a lot of gold for that. That's kind of random. Nice foggy map, I love that. Nice foggy forest, just like here in real life. Get some good snow and some good times. Here in the Dragon's Roost, great place to be. Alright, well, obviously know I have a bunch of gold food, so come back to the curse with the skull, the blight, and the greed. This is my best one-handed weapon. Oh, I got some. This one's pretty good. What? I literally just switched weapons and it lost my health. That did not make any sense. This is pretty good. So we can go to those guys, ring of defense, or we can go to other stuff which we don't know what it is. So, they're not too bad. Oh wait, yeah, the unguarded equipment is the ring. They have stuff I don't know, so let's see what happens to the ring. Which will be different enemies, but not really much different. Overall power. Kind of confusing though. You trade one-handed sword for another, and it thinks that you unequipped it.
You should have thought twice.
Got a warm up here.
Out on my way.
Empire, not too bad. Ooh. Rusty in these combats. I guess she took care of them. Oh, there it is. Never mind. Keep thinking I'm gonna hit that one. I just want to hit it. not, you know, paying attention. Alright. That'll work. Oh, man. Got the Ring of Defense for defense by 5. It's pretty good. There we go.
Well done. You continue to impress.
Not too bad, guys. On we go. Fun stuff here. Let me see. Keep switching swords without losing the max health. It stops it, then that does not make sense. I really don't like that. That's really silly. There must be some reason behind it, but to me it just seems like faulty programming. I'll buy some food or curse removal would be nice. Let me at least get food first, though. Always helpful. She has some cheap food, so that's good. Get some max life. Splitting them. I'm gonna actually buy some too. Alright. It seemed to get more expensive. I don't know. Plenty of money though. Don't worry about it. Don't need information. Let's see about curse removal. Yep, for fame, I will take it. And we can do random. There's nothing really bugging me right now, so that's fine. Twice. Can you abandon your ego and thusly be redeemed from poor fortunes? Yeah, sounds good. Can't use Suit of Ice or Devil's Touch, but I'm not using them at the moment anyway, so that works out great. Excellent.
Even the trees here work against you.
Not gonna mess with those, well, I could, I guess, just because. Ooh. Just because I don't have that much extra life, so save a little durability for that goblin sword. Seems better to me. Alright, we already got her bounty. I should have got another bounty here, but I don't think of that. It's a new mechanic for me. It's the first time actually using her, so I'll get used to it. Using camp more often, but it's not a big deal. It's just a little extra money. Where do you have to leave it?
Time to die.
You have proven yourself worthy.
Alright, no thanks for now. Save that. Using the Imperial armor quite a bit, but Jackies, what's up? Good to see you again there. Your second message, and thank you for wishing me happy birthday. My birthday, close by. How are you, Jackies? What's going on? Nice time. Century Age of Ashes tonight. Read a few good stories. Jurassic Park, Christmas Carol, and We're on to 12 Days of Christmas. This is a chat interactive game. If you'd like to vote on stuff, you can. And you'll also be included in the game now that you're here in the chat. You might be one of the bosses or such eventually. I'll name it after you, basically. So, glad you could make it. Welcome on in. Oh, that's nice of you. Give me some extra food. Minus 10 max life, that would be me. And lose a blessing would also be me. Appreciate you being nice, but we're just having some fun here. Endless mode, we're at 2/3 away the achievements in the game. Not going for them too hard, really, but 66 out of 99, good fun. Give them some... Let's see what happens when I do this. To gain such wealth. Ooh. So it's kind of same. Oh well, I got plenty of gold. Alright, gain 40 gold, lose equipment. That's alright. So, fun stuff. What's up, Jackies? Wherever you are, you're part of the world. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming to the chat. First chat in a few hours here. Hope you're doing great. We have 12 Days of Christmas, full-time streaming the rest of the month here. And the last day of Subathon as well. Birthday champions up there. Tip jar. So, fun stuff all around. Hand of Fate 2, one of my favorite games. So, join that for some Medieval Fantasy Monday action here. Century Age of Ashes. We had a good 3 for 3. First time playing it. We had a great victory streak. We actually saved our team in the last game. It was really good. We'll get to something else early else later tonight. And some good hunt tomorrow. Darkest Dungeon. Phasmophobia, Dead by Daylight. Finish our Lovecraft story. Shadow over Innsmouth. And get some other great stuff like that. Hunt Showdown event on Wednesdays. We'll play Legendary Hunter tomorrow. When we get on it at some point. Get ready for that. And our 9th month sub badge is also coming soon. So some good stuff in the works. Hope you're doing well, Jackies. Welcome on in. Alright, journey forward here we go in the Foggy Forest. Lovely place to be. Keeper of Sorrows for curses. We'll save that for the time when I do them all. This is one of my least favorite ones. Because of blessings. There's a lot of nasty ones. Curses are always... Some are, of course, worse than others, but they're never very great. Alright, Forgotten Dreams. You gaze deep into the waters of the Well of Forgotten Dreams. Which shall we replay here, guys? Recent adventures. We could do Healer for even more curse removal. We could get more blessings. And I kind of feel like the blessing is good. God, that's hard. Okay, we got it. There we go. Blessing and the farmer. He wants food. Require 30 fame. So as one instance where I did 1 food. Fame, thank you for that 30 food, Jackies. You know how to do it. And here's the next one. You could get new hat for the dealer, 25 health for a little healing I don't need, or 3 more food again. So if you want a hat on the dealer, Vallenos, a lovely British voice actor here, Anthony Scorty. We've talked a bit on Instagram. We could give him a new hat virtually here too. So. That'd be the Loxley hat. It's basically the Robin Hood little cap. Alright, here's another donation for... Ooh, we could use fame for that farm right now, so why don't we just do that? That works. So until I lose anything, but I do need 1 more fame, so I don't actually have it. And I don't need that at the moment. Thanks. Save that for later. See if I can get 1 fame to come back to that farmer, and it's dwindling, so... That's just how it goes. Yep, almost have enough, but not quite. Nothing really much I can do about that. Alright. Treasure for money and assassin's blades. That's actually pretty decent. I don't need the money though, so might as well just miss out on the curse. So I did not get that extra healer. Goodbye to the cursed treasure. What is that? A curse here? What is going on there? I could also cheese it myself, Jackies, for giving those benefits myself. Just keep doing that, but... And you can also keep just walking back in place. You don't actually have to do new steps to do it, but... I figure that's kind of silly. I did it a little bit at the beginning, unless we really want a specific achievement later. I'm just going to not worry about it. I'll leave it to you guys, the chat. That is what the community is for enjoying good interaction like that. Get to Domina again at some point, too, and we have a lot of fun chatters for gladiator action as well. They can fight each other, the chat can fight each other, and all that would be really fun, so... Alright, as for fleeting flame, 1 fame after every encounter. I see. So it's kind of extra fame. Just a little nice blessing. Alright, Mage's Workshop. We got a package for him. The Kobold. Get some money. And gold enchantment. Let's see what we got here. Might as well put it on this one. Alright, we trade one for the other there. That works. That's a nice new helmet since the other one was losing durability here on endless mode, so. Alright, not enough fame for the farmer, so we are moving on. The duel on Lonely Mountain. Pretty much as set as we're going to get for that. We don't need the Goblin Blade at the moment. We could do this better shield. That's whatever. Alright, I guess we are pretty much set. If you are ready, let's get to it. High on the Lonely Mountaintop, we got the Brimstone Trents here, the Briar folk. That won't be too bad. We'll burn them with the Scorch Blade. Meteor Strike, we might as well use too. Not good to save an artifact without using the charges for too long, because you'll eventually lose it or trade it or something. So you really might as well use them while you have them. Okay, let's check it out. Dropping little briars. Minus Thornbark. Not named junkies.
Out of my way.
Rain fire. But whatever. Good game. I've actually seen it streamed a little bit before. I'm not sure what the guy was accomplished with it, but the only time for all the campaign actually finishing all the gold encounters was before I streamed, so you guys didn't really see that phase of the game. Endless mode still good. There's some great challenges, so if they ever make a third one with a new company, take it over the mental, that would be nice. But I did hear from the voiceover, from the dealer himself, basically, that Defiant, the developers, they did take, so the company's just disassembled, basically, so they had a good run. But, alright, little max health damage there, not too bad. Just switch this now, just in case I get healing or whatever. Silly thing. Okay. So negotiations, 2 for 2. Eyes open, we'll do our best. Nope, not this time. What did we lose here? Ow, that hurts. Devil's Choice. Take more damage, why not? Already have plenty of gold, so save on the food. Yeah, we can actually die here at the end of the game if you're not careful.
What adventure will fate hold for you?
Alright, which one would you guys like now? The undead with 18 food, or a random enemy platinum equipment, which is always great. Probably lean on this one, but you guys can vote now if you would like. Jackie's or Marshmallow or anybody in lovely Dragon's Roost. What do you think? Platinum equipment, probably a bit better. Just give it a minute for you guys to decide. If you would really like undead over the random enemy, you can also do that. Whichever works out, you know. his best. Alright, do this one for now. Fred Caverns. Alright, map the Empire. Troll toll, I've got 98 gold, that's pretty expensive, but man, 24 food. I'll try
A
him.
brave move. Let us see how that decision fares.
Alright. Oh, look at that, one of the gods. Kind of fun.
Be careful.
Need that one.
If we lean on a single crutch
This one's
too
kind of
often,
interesting.
we may find ourselves unable to walk without assistance.
It's kind of fun. I like that one. Oh yeah, arm wrestling. It's the giant tournament. It has been hard. 5 shards for the new card. But I gotta keep trying, you know. This is good. Sea Dog. It's just for counter. Don't need him. Might as well do Black Cauldron. This one's just kinda whatever. Alright. Berserker's Creed. More damage, the more life you lose in combat. That's how that works now. It was a bit different in the first game, but it's fun. 3 gold whenever you draw a gold gain card. Sisters of Vengeance, pretty decent. Will of the Emperor is Thieves. Humble Hammer is good if you don't have much fame. Less damage the higher the fame you have. So it's a fame requirement though, obviously. So that's a good one to trade. That one's good for northerners, but I already have Sudavice, I don't really need the armor. So Humble Hammer, try to get rid of fame, or do we want northerners? I already have Sudavice, so I guess I'll try that. Alright, Marksman Bane, still need a token for reflecting projectiles from Empire with a shield that can reflect. So that's a really specific one, but try. Thieves Bounty. Fire damage. This one is good for goblins. Parallel. This one kind of specific, so. Thinking about it here. Alright, computer has cooled down quite a bit, so it is fine. Jackie's, everyone is doing well. Love to chat with them more at some point, but if they just stop in to say a quick hello, do a quick voting, that is still nice of them, and I do appreciate it, so. I don't know, this is a weird one. Fire damage, I guess. Alright, Felvin's Favor for Wheel Gambits, we want that. Empire's Burden, we can actually upgrade that at the favor place. I kind of forget the exact interaction, but just because it's upgradable, maybe it's worth it to try. Cry of Victory would be good for Katura, but that's whatever. As long as we're enjoying it. I might want to actually heal a bit here. This is dangerous.
A timid first step at the entrance to new horizons. Or perhaps nothing but death awaits.
Let me get that bounty right away. Corrupted. Okay. See if we can get much. It must be corrupted at the end then. If they, that's a good hint for that. All right, we got that. We could buy a little extra food. A little vitality, which also heals you. No, it doesn't. Sometimes it does. And Rethgar's Quake, but I do need that troll toll, so I probably shouldn't spend too much money here. Let us cook a little bit because we are extremely low health. Just dying at the first encounter when we had all this food, you know. Alright, that worked for now. I got the good fortune carry on from the last combat, so that helps. Alright, deep water. For some light. I'm gonna stand and fight since it is indeed the bounty, but then again I do need the dice gambits, so 18, that's pretty much perfect, so that's alright.
Your artifact is empty now.
18 is literally 3 6s. You have 3 dice, that's literally the highest roll in the game. Even with the Gambler's Jewel boosting a little bit, That is definitely not guaranteed. That is just a trap, I would say. So let's go ahead and get the bounty from the guys here. And wow, it's the first time we see this shield. Nice. Haven't seen that in a while. Lovely. Shield of Aegel. The myths of Doric warriors who lived for centuries are believed by all who clutch this shield. Nice work of that. We still have the goblin sword, but I'm sure we'll use it eventually. Alright, pretty sweet there. You guys get to see the shield animation.
I ain't swimming when there's killing to do.
And swimming when there's killing to do, that's literally the exact interaction of this choice of this encounter here, so that's pretty awesome. She said that the exact interaction for this encounter. That's really awesome. That is a nice touch for sure. Ain't swimming when there's killing to do. How awesome is that? Gotta love the little nods there, the little extra special interactions they make. It's great. Alright, save the big one for last. Here we go. Straight to his health. Any damage to him. Finish him. Oh man. Pretty good fun there, guys. Absolutely. Deep water, deep time. Bounty complete, so we'll go ahead and claim that. That's a nice initial bounty claim, initial bounty complete, so that worked out good. Okay. Interesting times, for sure. Alright, that is that. Max life because of the curse. I'll take the food. Yeah, I do need 24 food at the end. 100 and... There we go, but 100 helm coming through. 98 gold and 24 food, so as long as I keep that. Unknown menace. Alright, dead ambush. So it could be corrupted, it could be undead, or just happen to get the bounty before the corrupted. So maybe it is undead at the end here. I mean, it could be theoretically a mix of corrupted and undead, but that's not really likely. The tour is gone, so just me and my bone friends. Palace steps here where we've got the ogre and the one of the main missions. I replayed it many times because I was not getting all the peasants interactions saved or something like that. It's an interesting mission, but it was this setting specifically. Got a quick little jab to them. Of course, they regenerate. And I have a dual blade by now. I've used it for so long in the hope I'll find some goblins. So, it's tough. Thankfully, all the ones you select the encounters aren't the only encounters. There's always chance for other stuff, so you select a good amount of what you're facing, but not everything. You don't have control over everything you'll face. Let's see. Okay, pendulum.
The pendulum swings like a scythe, bearing hope or failure.
Pendulum. That's kind of tricky. Formation here. Okay.
Breathe, you have done well.
There we go. Maybe a quick stream test just to make sure everything is fine on my end. People don't always give me feedback, so I need to make sure everything's alright for you guys. Looking decent here. Let me see. Go. Maybe a quick stream test just to make sure everything is fine on my end. People don't always give me feedback, so I need to make sure everything's alright for you guys. Looking decent here. Let me see. on Twitch says, you can now view the reasons your community submitted if they didn't renew their subscription in your dashboard. I'm kind of curious about that. Things seem to be pretty good from the test here, but where is that? I wonder.
I turn my errors around in my mind, time on time. I know where I failed, and where you must not.
Test here. Where is that? I wonder.
I turn my errors around in my mind, time on time. I know where I failed, and where you must not.
Could mute the desktop audio, guys, if you only want to hear it through my speakers, but it feels like it's a nice little boost here. I've been back and forth on that a lot, but it seems like it's a bit better to have. Alright, sorry, let me mute the stream. I was curious about that, where the heck that actually is. The reasons your community submitted if they didn't renew their subscriptions and their dashboard. That would be a useful thing to see. Let me see if it's in somewhere. Affiliate, maybe. Suspicious user controls. Ban evasion detection feature. Interesting. Alright, okay. Ad-free viewing for subs. Add density. 3 minutes per hour. I guess that's decent. Weird stuff. Huh. So yeah, I'm kind of wondering where it shows that, but not really too important right now. It's just kind of interesting. Thing I saw in the notifications when I was stream testing here just doesn't say exactly where it is. Maybe it's this screen yet. Channel analytics. Got our 11 champions at the moment. Really don't know where that would show up, but bounties, Twitch bounties. Why did subscribers cancel? Not enough data for us to display. So if I do have anyone shows why they did not renew their sub, we would see it there. All right. Just check that out real quick. We got Hrothgar's Quake. Meteor Strike is empty, so yeah, really might as well use that. All right, carrying on here, we got the Ordeal. We are set. Time of it, guys. Alright. Keep that sword up just in case we do run into the random goblin, but it's not too bad. Alright, she will probably bring us to the thieves. Dice target 14. Let's try that. Pretty high, but Gambler's Jewel. Good for something. Oh, man. There we go. Nice. Thank you. She was not the trickster this time. Got some food for helping her with the wagon. And some gold. Alright. There's the goblins. See? Coming at some point. Now we gotta kill them with the finisher, I believe, is the token. So I think you only actually get that the warrior goblins. So I'm not too sure how to get more of those except at specific encounters like gnome catchers and stuff, and obviously not catch the gnomes, but yeah, I don't think I can finish these regular thieves goblins. They just don't have the animations. Oh yeah, I can do the knockdown though. I can do the knockdown with this ability. Let me try that. there's no execution. Stats. Oh well. Just try, you know. Yeah, but it is with the finisher, it has to be the specific warrior goblins. It does not include these basic thieves guild goblins or whatever they are. Unfortunately. I don't know if it's worth it to get what's on the ground or if that is automatically collected. I've never really been able to tell for that. Okay. Not bad. Good enough. Max 5. There it is. We're getting up there. Alright, so, yep, it does have to be with a finisher, so that's why it takes a bit longer. On 8 goblin. Maybe there will be more than, okay. Well, that's the bounty, so we'll keep that on as long as it takes. It doesn't really make sense to cancel a bounty since you'll eventually find them in endless mode, so it should be good. Empire's Burden. Can just go ahead and make that up. There we go. So we got plenty of extra gold, should be set. There's my max life. Alright. So I can switch it off to get more, but might as well save it. The shield, though, it stops at 150 for that chance, so. Oh, thanks. Spy versus spy. Oh, here we go. Ooh. So those good ones. Need to finish that one. This one is very specific. I do have just enough extra money to get both of them without risking the troll toll, so might as well. Whoa, it just changed. That's weird. Oh well. Wheel gambits. Quite as much gold for combat, but now I've got wheel gambits and heavy bash. So we'll try to do both of those. And now we're back to the monk's vitality blessing as well, because we're less than 150 health. So keeps up, right? Yeah. It's permanent blessings. Good to go. Alright, carry on. Good for now. Looking good. Uh-oh. That could be bad. This could be very bad, but alright, we're fine. Oh, that was a quick door, but since I do have Map of the Empire, we might as well finish it, you know? Yeah, go ahead. Finish it off. There's the wine. Good thing I have full health. Drink. This one is tough.
I'm not a vain man. You must appreciate that this game, has been my focus for more years than I can count. I have a certain pride regarding its twists.
Yeah, this would be worse. So.
Turns.
Alright, still not any easier, but... Oh man, this one is crazy. I don't know why I even like to do it so much. Oh god. Alright, let's see. If I can do it right at the top there, it might have enough momentum. It's small though, so it seems like you need a little extra momentum. Alright, here we go. We'll give it a try. Eyes open, guys, for the glory of the Dragon's Roost. In 1, 2, 3. Oh, so close. So close. Just need a little more encouragement from the chat there. I would have had
Move faster next time.
30% max life, so there goes my extra life, basically. Bam. And And we lost some extra. Shit. If you guys had come in the chat there, I would have got it for sure. Yep, very close, huh, Jackies? How you doing tonight, Jackies? You from California yourself, or other whereabouts? How are you, my friend? Yeah, it's not a big deal, but it would be nice, you know? It's not a big deal, but we'll get over it. We'll get the max life back again. Just a lot of build-up for that to lose, but I'm not trying to go for any big high score or anything. I'm really just kind of enjoying the ride, getting a few extra tokens, stuff like that, and achievements and all, so just for the fun. Alright, equipment for a blessing. That is definitely not worth it. So a blessing from equipment. Maybe we'll try that one. Ooh. What, we already have this. I mean, which one should we get rid of? I don't know. This one is very unlikely, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. That one you have to be absolutely destitute. You're not usually that fun. Alright, we could do a nice artifact. We could do the hammer. That leather armor, I get more max life, so maybe I should put that back on. Don't really know. Extinguisher. Well, I do need some light weapons, so why not get that for now? Oh, more. Okay. Still have that leather armor? Yeah. I'll have it on, so. Trying to get that stun bash, it's hard. Alright. Arm wrestling. This one is going to be tough. 16, so it's 2 less than the perfect roll. Let's try. Oh, 1 away from that, too. That one is always eluding me, though. It is such a tough one. Even with Gambler's Jewel, man, shit. There's not much I could have done differently there. I mean, I could have not rolled the 3, but 3 is a 3. It's halfway. Not looking good for either of these. Too bad the pirates weren't on this level, huh? To get that extra map stuff, but I might as well finish it off now. I guess I could get away with food. This way they won't bother me on the way back, because I have to go back twice for each side, so that's really not ideal to sneak through both times. Even though it is another dice roll. Okay, here's some enemies. I can do hammer. Get some extra stuff for that. Frost Trapper, Arcane, and Blight. It's quite the interesting mix here. Get the blessing for that. It's a transient blessing, so it's not really worth it to use it on just basic enemies. I guess I'll just try this. Plus max health. They aren't too bad though, so let's try it. Oh well, we're moving on. The twists and turns of endless mode, you know how it is.
Get in line. These heads are hot.
Coco, so I'll chat with you shortly here, Jackies. So have a chat buddy to join you. Be nice. Got those blades for the mages, but mages are pretty rare. Whoops. Yeah, wine of the gods, we just needed it to go a little further there. A little too early. Magical abilities. northerners only want to trap you. They don't want to, like, do it very often, but never mind. That's the helpful ability for that. That's alright. There's a lot to keep track of in the game sometimes. Okay. Good enough. Well, thank you so much. 5 encounters when I literally have 1 more. I guess now I can decline him, but I don't actually have to now that I've revealed it. It says reveal encounter, not visit all encounters, so. Extra health, I guess. But I do not need to help him. I think he just gives you health back. It's not actually gold. Does he actually give you gold? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it this time. Seems to me he just brings the priest and they give you later. Oh yeah, peasants was absolutely useless to give them food. Because it literally has no difference to killing them or not. So if there's someone in the chat who really didn't want to see me kill peasants, I could give them a food and just bypass them. But there's really no point to it. In my experience, there's no trade-off of not killing them, so it's fine. Actually get food for killing them, so. So really no reason not to just do that. I mean, it doesn't do anything negative other than killing virtual peasants, so why wouldn't I, you know? That's silly. 2 more bodies to the crows. Maybe we get more undead later or something. I have no idea. Alright, blue ambush again. When I'm red, not red, so it's fine. Raiders, okay. Too bad I can't put Suit of Ice back on, but I do need that stun, and that stun is really hard to get, but since I have one-handed weapons, at least I can do it more often than that last combat, which had, like, no attackers hardly, so this one will be good for the chick plate mail. If they ever attack me, come on, guy. Not just you. Why don't they want to attack me?
Out of my way.
You have to get the green counters so you can actually bash them. But yeah. It takes a long time to build it up, that's why it's a really difficult token. It takes so long just to get this one bash. We can get at least one more though. I don't want to miss out on the next one if we can get it. So. There it is. Alright. That's great. we can risk it. Alright, so artifact recharge or new bomb. Might as well get a new one. No focus artifacts in the deck. Gives me a sword. Alright, that's pretty good. That is a good encounter then. So this one for Empire. I don't know when I'll fight Empire. But we need the Empire marksman specifically, or the pistol too, I guess. And more peasants. I do not understand the point of this one, but since you guys saw when I killed them, no consequence. Let me show you what happens, the food, just so you see both things. It's the exact same except you lose a food, so it just saves you the very brief combat, so I guess maybe you get less ravages of time. Consequences, less negative effects from that, but it seems silly to me. Exotic fruits. Precaution. That's what it does. I'm gonna spend all my money here, but extra food. Since I'll be losing most of my food at the end here. Awesome. Alright, some pies. 10. That was hard. Yeah, I cannot get that one. No thanks. Alright, 2 random items for a blessing, or lose one and get one. Yeah, that works. Get all the blessings. There we go. So much for light weapons. Alright, nice. Quick artifact there, and extinguisher. Citrus-scented man takes his leave. Use it once per adventure, perhaps, for myself. Alright, try to sneak through this time. Not too good. 3, 6. That'd be impossible, so. Got it. Just enough. Just enough there. Alright, here we go to the end. I believe. So let's see what happens. A lot of tokens here. Get the chance. To the Dread Caverns. Ogres! Oh boy. Not really expecting that. And a freaking Brimstone Ogre, so they will pack quite the wallop. I don't know if I brought the best artifact I could have, but the plate mail is pretty good, so see how it goes. Eyes open. Let's see what happens. Gentleman Gent. Alright. Here we go. That stuns them a little bit, it's not terrible. Save the brimstone for last, I guess. Nice little stab, it's not too bad. It's nice they only attack me one at a time. There they go. Ooh. Shut him down. Now for the big, dangerous one. See so far. Oh shit! Better pay attention. Necessary hit there. I'm just trying to see how this health bar looks for you guys. You can't see his feet, but you see the health bar. Okay. Get that plate now. Boom. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty solid, friends. Lovely time that it is. Computer got... Oh, actually got warmer than it was. Alright, Callus's ring is really good for taking damage. Nudge the result on the wheel gambit is better though, so I'll take that. Very nice. That's nice. Platinum equipment. And it is a platinum ring, right? Yeah. So there's 2 rings to choose from. For what I thought was better. Alright, payment for the map. There is your troll toll after defeating ogres, which is ironic. And 24 food for the wagon. Devil's choice. Ugh, none of these are great. Not really. What do you think, guys? 2 equipment I can live without. 7 food, 20 gold, no big deal. 15 max life. I already have less max life than I should. Full 100, so I guess I'll do that. 7. Oh, are you serious? I just freaking got the platinum ring from that whole adventure, and it's gone before I even get to use it. That is terrible. Alright, so some very weird bug just happened here. I'm pretty sure I still lost it, though. No, it's here. That was weird. The game just bugged out in my favor, I think. I mean, that's what seemed to have happened. Oh god, I actually broke the game. It's not going to the end now. I actually just broke the game. Shit. There's nothing I can do now. The game is legitimately broken now. It went back to the previous level. I'd never seen that before. I don't know how I did it, but it happened. I don't know what I did to cause that, but... Whew. Might as well fight these guys, I guess. But I can't forfeit. I literally can't forfeit because I can't get to the end of the adventure. I have never seen this bug before. That's the worst endless mode bug there is. It just doesn't let you continue. I'm just gonna be stuck on this level forever now. This does not make sense. There must be a way to get past it. There must be a way to at least continue the game and maybe reset our progress. Oh man, that sucks. I have no idea what to do about this. I guess we'll see. Not even any marksman for this token I needed for this. You can get the marksman, I guess, from him with his pistol, but it's hard. No, the pistol is not reflectable, so you actually have to have the musket infantry, which just did not have anything. Big blunderbuss on the picture. It's funny. Alright, so really unfortunate. We had our first game-breaking bug here. I don't understand why you can't just forfeit before the adventure is over. Let me see. Yeah, the boss is literally not there now, so... Oh, man. I have never had this happen before. This is really unfortunate, guys. We'll see how it come to a solution or not. Never had this happen. It is a very game-breaking bug there. Return to the capital. It's not working. Please just let me forfeit at least then. Yeah, okay. At least we can forfeit to carry on. We're not perpetually stuck on this floor forever. But, yeah, there's no way to continue. Somehow the Grifter's companion bugged out and replaced the tile, the card we needed to do for the next adventure. So, I guess we could just farm the checkpoint to make some kind of use out of it. But there's really... That was nice. There's really no way to get past this, so we're gonna have to forfeit and start another one. But we might as well farm this last encounter that's left on the board since it's
Wrong
here.
day to lesson.
Oh, there's the freaking marksman. Yeah, this time they didn't have them last time. This time they do. So now I can deflect that, actually get points for the token. So that's great. Oh man, I just had to time it. Wrong button, jeez. I'm just not used to that. I don't know why I'm not used to that, but you suck it. Shoot me, please. I'm so... Ugh. It's frustrating. Those guns. There we go. Man. That is not so hot. It's supposed to be so hot. Dang it. I wish I could disable Katura, but that is not possible. Alright, come on, come on. One more at least. That's what you need for the tokens. Doing it right. Just that red prompt above them is what was throwing me off, because you see a red, you have to dodge. For some reason it's on them. Doesn't really make sense. Hey, champions play now too. Just farm it a little bit. Not too long. We'll move on. Finish off the night another game, I guess, because we'll have to forfeit this one, so it's whatever. Back to the main game soon. Alright. It's an unfortunate bug. I've never seen that happen before, but I didn't do anything to cause it that I can think of. Maybe the game got mad that I did vote for myself just that to get my max health closer to 100. I wasn't trying to do it overly advantageous. Might as well heal. There's nothing else to buy. Well, we could buy that, but it's not what I do. So yeah, this one I'm doing now is just reflecting. It has to actually reflect and not block it. Yeah, that's why it's so damn hard. Alright, it's time to forfeit then. Never mind. I'm not even making progress for that, so... Unfortunate bug there, but yeah, there's nothing else to be done this time. Forfeit for now. Since it actually broke the encounter there, turned to the capital, went to the other side of the map. Very strange. I try to keep my ring. It's not a good idea. So we'll go ahead and forfeit for now. And come back to it soon. Or we'll get to it next time since I already quit the game. That's fine. Alright. Back in a second, we'll figure out what to do for our last few minutes here tonight. Figured out. Fun stuff. Back in a second. Alright, some silly times there, but still fun overall. Good little progress, had a fun time, it's okay. But for now, we can, see what else. Some interesting updates here. Just kind of looking at the good news here. Winter event in Dying Light before Dying Light 2 comes out next year. Ancestors Legacy t-shirt. Kind of weird. But fun time today. Overall, could do a little more now. Finish up. We do Fantasy Monday. If we want better multiplayer fun. Lots to be done. But Big Horror Tuesday tomorrow, so maybe Baldur's Gate 3 fun. Excited more co-op for it for sure. Multiple parties and fun, but may as well see some more of that single player adventure as well, don't you think? Just be a fun thing to do for less like half an hour here. So we check that out for a little bit more. A better time. Video graphics driver, what's that nonsense? Silly. Don't even know where to start for this, so I've never actually updated drivers once in my life, so guess I'll take a minute, look at this, see if it's worth it to do. Figure it out. Alright, graphics card. GeForce. Say what kind it is. I have no idea. Boom, boom. Alright, so figure out this driver stuff in the future. Let's carry on for now. That'll be fine. Yep, we last played the same day as the hotfix, so we'll get back to it now. Wanted to continue that Tiefling playthrough, as bugged as that was also. But I want to see what else I can do single player, get through it relatively smoothly, and of course Tiefling affinity. Interesting. I was gonna talk, yeah, Rairu, it's pretty interesting. There's no Bard class at all. Or the great Tiefling Bard, but you can't play as a Bard yet. It's usually pretty integral to these styles, so. We'll finish off with this for tonight. We'll get some great Horror Tuesday adventures tomorrow. Some few games, and Shadow over Innsmouth Part 4. It's the very last part of Lovecraft. So that will be fun. And see what else the rest of the week. Other great games and great times. Boom, 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 boom. Githyanki Knights are gifted red dragon mounts as part of a pact. Interesting. And my Githyanki first character, well, I'd love to enjoy that red dragon mount, but not knowing deprecated version, so you can see. So what did we have here? Quick save on November 1st. There's 1 minute after that one. We had bugged out Shadowheart, so I don't know what to do about that. But we'll figure it out. Play a few minutes. Have a nice time. Hopefully. So it's a good Tiefling Rogue. Let's try the Labyrinth. I feel it make a little slower progress on solo than I did co-op, but we'll get there eventually. And this is the one we killed the Githyanki main character here. That was really not worth it. But it was at the Tiefling, so it makes sense to have them, even though they didn't thank me for it or say anything for it. Which was a really silly interaction, but it still made more sense to do it. A specific playthrough and instance and racial choices. Githyanki Knights are gifted red dragon mounts powers that give between Gith, their first leader, and the evil goddess Tiamat. Interesting. Tiamat. The red dragon pack. That's pretty cool. So I guess they all get them pretty much automatically. Very nice. Alright, so Shadowheart bugged out in camp. We need a minute to load, to render here, looks like. Nobody's actually loaded in. Can do some healing though. Give it a minute to initiate. So I also did have an idea for a new character, but I want to make a little progress. I want to use several characters, but I want to make a little progress. Current guys here. What happened there? Just
How can I help?
okay. Weird graphics. Send him to camp, but for that. Shadowheart dead here.
What to do?
Let me see. I can do short rest. Member of party's in a conversation. I don't know why this is so bugged out. Let's see if we can go to camp. Now, it wouldn't let me do the long rest or the short rest because it's just so bugged. Yeah, I think Shadowheart is in a conversation, and they're not. It's literally single player. How can I be in a conversation without knowing about it? Not even co-op. That's so ridiculous. If I fast travel her to the camp, doesn't make any difference. Yep, I got totally screwed this playthrough because of that. But early access, it's early access problems. It's a nice character, but not really get to do anything with it. To start all these issues.
I can't really believe this.
Zariel, Tiefling, Rogue. She was my charlatan. Oh, it's not working. There's no way to disband party members, which is really silly. There's Will, yeah, he bugged out for Raya Runar's
Well met.
3-man playthrough. Just seemed to disappear.
We sniff out the Gobbo leaders and take their heads.
I don't know.
And we free the druid housing while we're at it. If we want these brain bugs removed, he's our man.
He wants to work with the druids and kill the goblins.
Living legend in the flesh. Slayer of spectres, killer of kobolds. The pride of Baldur's Gate.
Baldurian. Coco, welcome in. We're having a few bugs the last couple games tonight, but we had a really good time. Century, Age of Ashes. First 3 matches we won. We had a great time, carried the team a bit. So that was really cool. Got to play that finally. And Baldur's Gate 3, a little buggy. We had a Hand of Fate 2 bug before this, which is the first time we've ever seen that bug. Basically made me have to forfeit the endless mode, so we'll do that next time. We're finishing off here a good 20 minutes or so of Baldur's Gate 3. So welcome back to the chat. We have also here Mrs. Jackie's 42, or Mr. Jackie's 42, or just Jackie's 42 for you to chat with as well. So welcome on back, Coco.
If you'd heard the stories, you'd hardly doubt me.
The proof is in the pumpkin. As I'm sure someone once said, if you don't know me as a hero already, then I'll have to prove myself one.
Your eye is unusual. What happened?
Now, I always save the best stories for my closest friends and my cruelest enemies. Gets to be one of those, and I'll spill the whole jug. You get that, right? Spill the whole jug? I guess I'll toss that one in the heap. I'm all ears. There's an old saying I just made up. To fell a dragon, you must chop off its
He
head.
really likes to make
These goblins are organized. There's no hamhead pulling the strings. We slither through their camp and off their leaders, quick as crickets.
quick as cricket. Not that easy. I like your style, quick and efficient.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I like a good crash and smash, but we can't take the risk. A few goblins is one thing. A horse quite another. Make some room and I'm all yours.
He's
Well,
already in the party.
some yours.
Why is this so bugged out? Oh, he's not actually at the moment. Oh, if I could just disband the freaking party, that would be lovely. Just dead here on the side. It makes no sense. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I might have to just toss this entire playthrough until they fix these issues before release. I don't know what else I could possibly do. But I guess we'll carry on for now. Let's get back to the Grove. Oh man.
Path lies before me.
Kinda hard to move the camera in this game. There's no way to do it without the keyboard? That's unfortunate.
Time to press ahead.
Baldur's Gate 1 seemed easier.
At the ready.
There's no way to move the camera without the keyboard at all. I feel like it should be some way to move the mouse. Oh well.
The easy path.
Gotta have directional buttons at some points. How you doing, Coco? Figure out this nonsense. Stereo. Don't even have the rapier this time. Use
Should
the
mind my
daggers.
steps.
Don't need the trader yet. Pretty soon. hearts bubble.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Alright, figure out the quest log. Do something here. Oh, yeah, I got the good spear at least. It's from the crypt.
If we left, we could at least make a run for it.
Try to remember the quest log. Yeah, L for the journal. So weird. Alright. So several options here. Nutty, yeah, got a nutty. And we need to find this person. We just talked to him. Glad to hear you're doing good. Coco, man, alright. Birthday party last week, I was
I should speak up.
I mean,
This place is
talk
a
to you about
death trap, not a sanctuary. You should clear off while you can.
that's what he has to say.
We're cornered in this place. Even the bloody druids look like they might turn on us.
And they do indeed, as we saw from Ryru in a Civil
We're
War.
cornered in this place.
Oh man. There's the cows. The bored ox and the hungry ox. Look kind of the same to me, but aren't they great virtual animals? Donaki.
He stares right past you as if you're invisible. Oh, boring.
Turn around to see what he's looking at. Are you? Oh, he's gonna steal my stuff. Great.
He's still staring right past you.
Don't need to get pickpocketed. He doesn't care. I'm a fellow tiefling.
Another step forward.
Alright, let's go to the big grove here. Sorry, Koga, like I said, a few issues, but some other fun stuff, good things. I'm glad to be back. Full-time stream, 12 days of Christmas, and finishing off the Subathon today, so we're about to close out here in a few minutes. We'll be emptying that tip jar for tomorrow, and clearing out the birthday champion title. So, fun stuff.
Please, let's through.
Those guys.
It is for...
Let's see.
Let my daughter go right now!
She's a thief, hellspawn. And you will wait for Corpus judgment. Now get back!
Oh, let me through, Ragrashed, or I'll rip your damn throat out!
Nasty bear.
Those dirt kissers would let us die for the sake of their bloody grove.
Side with the tiefling.
I'd rather you not
This
get
time.
Waste some palms. This thing's over.
Because that went so well last time. God, she must be terrified.
I bet she's giving them hell. She's not our kid for nothing.
Do all the damn rituals you want! We're not leaving till it's safe! We need to get Arabella out, now!
You heard the guards. They're waiting on Corker to give word.
I'd sooner trek through the 9 hells than trust that snake! Ugh.
Yeah, we never talked to them before, so fun options here.
Arabella tried to steal their idol. Druids lost their damn minds about it. They need it for their precious ritual.
Oh, it's all my fault. I told her I wish the wretched thing would just disappear, or better yet, explode.
Now Arabella's being judged by a bunch of druids who hate us. That's not right.
Baldur, boil over. I say we check in on the child. Make sure she comes to no harm.
Got dirty, huh? Cinematic pending. Okay. Here we go.
Thank you. They won't give us the time of day.
Hurry! I'm at the end of my tether as is. Can't take this waiting.
That was weird. Weird option there. That must be a bug dialogue.
Maybe two.
Or undeveloped
Oh,
dialogue.
bear. I'd like to keep our guts on the inside.
Lives are at stake, and the cowards only care about their bloody rituals.
We could help each other. Fight the goblins together. Instead, these fools are trying to chase us away.
Those druids are going to get us killed. Nothing sacred about this lot.
Alrighty. Bastard Minnow we killed last time. Minnow.
Carl Magrin, give her a chance. You, step back. Go join the other tieflings.
Ah, see that? Overrun by goblins by now.
It's forbidden to outsiders. Korga's orders. Kick back, force my hand, and I'll show you its claws.
A moment, Giona.
What? Oh,
The gnome.
I understand. You. Apparently Korga wants to see you. Go ahead.
Save. Kind of curious if we attack them now, do the tieflings come to help, or does you have to actually steal the idol for them to turn like that? Oh yeah, they just put you in jail.
The Outlander serves Zevlor!
Yep, there it is.
The time has come. Remove the outsiders!
There's the whole silver war key. So it's the same if you steal the idol or if you just attack. It'll trigger the Civil War event. Same either way. Pretty much. Alright, well, we're not going to do that for now. Because there's a bit more to do. And I don't know if that's really the best way. I mean, we done that last time with Raru, so we don't have to do it again. There's sure other option that doesn't involve only siding with one or the other, the druids or the tieflings. There must be other options besides just two sides of the Civil War. So we'll see. But yeah. It's pretty interesting. Okay. Trade. Oh man. Alright. So yeah, I'm not doing that for now. Start the ritual.
Complexum tuum ad terra utum ad nos differa.
Very well. Speak.
The ritual is Korga's decision, but she is not our leader. Master Halsin welcomed the refugees in. I wait for him to resolve this. Hold your tongue. The bird knows. She needs to know. You do not.
The bird. All the other tieflings, if that's what worries you. Suspicious.
Forgive me. I don't fear your blood, Tiefling. I fear my brethren. More follow Korga every day. They are afraid, and she offers a simple solution. Eject the refugees, and we will be safe. A druid and an outsider. We can do nothing without turning others against us. Only Master Helsing can stop this. I pray my bird returns with news of him. If not, I fear for everyone here.
She mentions the bird again. Tusk, as most boars are named. Tusk. Don't have animal.
Yes.
Conversation. At the moment.
Not now, Tusk.
Still bugged out for resting, so we eventually do get to combat. That might be the end of this playthrough. I don't know. Oh, a key. Didn't see that before. Who's talking to me? The bird? That made no sense.
The gods are watching me.
Did not make any sense. What? I can't even go into the dialogue. The dialogue is not activating. This is a really messed up playthrough. Devil Samus. Tiefling. We have enough thieves around here. I reckon we could do with one less. Alright, bribe will work for now. Key Styrian inspired. From that, 50 gold lighter. But most of my money, but that's alright. Way to get him over. Remember shoving him last time. Oh, I do have animal handling. Throw a fish next to the elevator. I didn't do that before. Seems to be better though. Oh, one short. That's rough. That's okay. If we have infinite tries, then no, throw a fish. Yep. Funny, huh? Go. But it's just a skill check. The elevator. You get to see the lovely bard, Coco. The tiefling bard is amazing. I think she was somewhere. And the sirens. Yeah, last time we had the siren song and the bard and the same go. Oh yeah, here's the assassin though. Yep, the bugbear assassin up here. About to assassinate Nadira, which she actually did last time. He threw her off the cliff, so let me see if I can save her this time. Where the heck am I? Alright. Switch to my range. You didn't like that? No! No! I shot him. I did shoot him. Ah, she's already dead. That's really hard to save this tiefling. Oh, man. Maybe if I went the other way. Maybe he wouldn't trigger. I mean, I've gone this way both times, so clearly that is not the way to go. Interesting. I would like to save her just to see. Oh, interaction. Freaking bugbear smacks her and she died last time he threw her off the cliff, so she does not have much survivability if he does get to attack her, so the only way to save her is to sneak before they engage it, but it must be like a certain radius around her or something that does that. But if I can sneak up to it, maybe it'll stop it in time. Let's try it at least once more for now. There must be a way to save her though. If not, we'll try it again for the two-man co-op with Ryaru. We'll get to play hopefully this week at some point. But yeah, funny bear interaction, huh, Coco? Big bears and the boar, and there's the big wolf too on the tiefling side actually. He's silver, the wolf. There's a few other animals like that. The cows don't get involved in the fighting, obviously. Alright, so I had that, had that quick save all the way back here. I'll have to get the key again. Get that. Nothing too important happened since then, so I don't think I can do really much with the bird. He has animal. Someone should be able to talk to animals. It's very useful. Maybe a shadow heart. So this one's still up. Gale would have it if anybody did. Doesn't seem like it. And cantrip, whatever that is. Spell slots. No idea what Mage Hand does. It says it interacts with objects, but not enough space. Maybe I can get it when he's not looking. Like pickpocket the bird, that's just silly. No pocket to pick. Well, that makes sense. Well, I got it this time without them noticing. Right? It's gone. Where'd it go? Is it a key ring somewhere? Well, I'm pretty sure I got it. And there's gold in there too, but that's not worth it. Alright, let's try the animal handling one time. Pretty crazy Coco, but they'll eventually have the full release and we'll have less issues. But yeah, pretty good so far. Alright, let's try this once more. Wisdom bonus. Wow, the exact same roll as the first time. Maybe it was just destined then. That's kind of weird. Yeah, little roar. Oh, well. There's your fish. There's your invisible fish. Alright, so I'm gonna try to save that tiefling one more time. The bugbear assassin. And I'm gonna go the other route. Just out in view. In any case. Switch to the bow. Try to do a sneak attack here. Time to press ahead. We can somehow get there before. Must be like talk to her from distance or something. Ugh. It is hard. Let me see what happens if I sneak. Hiding successful. Gonna save one more time. Let's see how this goes. Or I could just push him off the cliff. Don't I have those other device? Thought I had more of those things from the ship. Yeah, the spike bulb. Something to like blow up, but not really. I guess I'll shoot him then. Yeah, I am trying to save her cook. Alright, that one more quick save. You got like 15 quick saves. Cannot have disadvantage against target. How? Oh well, go for regular attack then. There we go. See, now I initiated before he could assassinate her. So at least that's some kind of benefit. I don't know why the party didn't follow me. That was weird. Get over here, you silly guy. I'm on the back, I guess. Very funny. Alright, join battle. Get their initiative. I have no extra health or anything. So that's the best I can do. Spike bowl. I saved my buddy. Alright, bugbear assassin. Nadira. See if we can save her this time. Maybe we can revive a fire. I don't know. That would be possible. Maybe. Yep, she's running away. That's good. Get to the Tiefling Bard shortly, Coco. It's a really beautiful part of the game. Amazing music. What's happening now? Okay. Ouch. She's dead. Alright, time to save the day, guys. The camera will allow me. Minor illusion. Try to get up there somewhat. Have a clear shot on him, let. Nope, not at all. Not at all, but it doesn't really hurt to do that either.
Victory is assured.
I don't know if victory is sure or have a tough time. Alright.
My iron is hot.
There we go. Slow him down a bit. He's still chasing her. He really wants her. Ah! Shit. There she goes again. Oh my god. He just threw her down the entire mountain, man. That's terrible. Maybe I can use the Revivify on her. At least I gave her a chance this time. She wasn't instantly killed. That sucked. Oh. That really sucked there. Path still interrupted. Still blocked. Yep, that was a bad idea. That was a very bad idea. But he is low health, if nothing else.
Swords meet sorcery.
Good. Not looking too good here. Still too far away, huh? I was lucky. Alright, at least we toasted him.
My pleasure.
Pick her up. Still can't rest, yep. Alright, let me see if I can revive her or not.
Right away.
Cover. Okay. The Morning Star.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Good night's sleep would take
I know, right? But you guys are stuck in bugged out conversation mode where we can't sleep or anything.
Glad you were here for those goblins. That should have killed her, but she kept gasping, clawing at the arrow. I had the same thought, and it's just going to keep happening.
More goblins.
You made it look so easy.
Alright. Let me get down there for the poor Nadira thrown clean off the mountain. Oh, man. That's pretty rough. That was pretty rough there. Nadira! Leave that alone. Let me see if it works or not. It might. It honestly might. Let's give it a try. Need a quick save for now. Target must be a playable character. Damn. So all the NPCs in the game, unless you can recruit them to be in your party, are not revivified. Have to be a companion. Wow. That's rough. That is pretty rough. I'll give one to Gale so he can learn it. Seems like that would be helpful. You silly Coco. There's no way to... Whoops. Where's all these inventory things going? Just disappearing. It's all bugged out. Look, I put the things in the inventory, they just disappear. Time to scrap this playthrough. Yeah, see? It shows it going into the inventory, but then it doesn't actually show up there, so multiple things are bugged the heck out this playthrough. Oh, Coco, be nice to the NPCs. Oh, man. That half plate, yeah, nobody can use that. They don't have any warriors. Alright, so we'll pick that up, I guess. I'm very bugged out. Tiefling baby. Be positive, Coco. It's not that hard. You always like to do the negative, chaotic one. But you can be positive too. Alright, so go ahead and start that next character then. Just a few minutes. And we'll eventually get back to that. My first character I didn't get to play very much. A few minutes. Deprecated version, so we'll try that, but for now let's go ahead and go for one more character for now. So we'll have 3 co-op playthroughs and at least the 2 single player playthroughs going on right now, so hopefully stick with one for a bit, but maybe this one will have less bugs, who knows. All the hotfixes they've been doing, hotfix like 30, so let's try one. I have a fun idea for this one. He will be the Cthulhu type acolyte of the Mind Flayers. He'll be my first human, if not only human, for cultists, and he'll be my only acolyte. Acolyte is the default background. I've never done it before. This will be a good one for that. So he'll be the service to the Mind Flayers, and he will be a human, female. Sorry we didn't get to the Bard yet, Tiefling, Bard yet there, Coco, that would have been fun. Or the Sirens, but there's just too much going wrong with that playthrough, so could be a good first Cleric, actually. Yet no Bard here yet. We got a good 8 classes so far, though. Alright, so that is a human cultist. We'll try that out. Cannot do origins yet. His name shall be Cthulhu acolyte. Yeah, there is dwarf. Absolutely. I have a dwarf ranger knight. That's my first co-op character, basically.
Where to next?
Let's hope the locals are...
Health.
Be wary.
More of those wretched things.
Where to next?
Guess that's more realistic. Alright, okay, good here. He will be fun. He shall be green. Yep, all sorts of fun stuff. Character creation. Let me see here. Oh, kind of good. Should give him a beard. Imagine a beard. Green beard. That's okay. Or maybe a mustache. Crazy beards. No mustache on its own. Not really. He's like an alien, basically. So smooth skin. I don't know. Backload. So funny. Change his eyelash color. Oh man. Don't even know. Color he would have. It's kind of silly. Some magical man. But if he's the only one that really sides with the mind flayers, I guess he would kind of emanate them. Blue and green is kind of mind flare. Funny ass stuff. Using that. Mind flayer man. That variety. It's pretty bright. Yes. Just a car. Alright, as for the class and all, could do our first Dark Cleric, the Trickery Domain, Light Domain, Life Domain. Wicked, chaotic, and mischievous deities alike, those who channel trickery specialize in deception and illusion magic. You can do the same deity for anyone. Yeah, already had the Rogue, going back to the Fighter later, already had the Sorcerer, haven't done the Warlock quite yet. You have the Ranger Knight. Haven't done Wizard either. But the spellcasters are all kind of similar. Haven't done Druid either, but let's see. I don't think the Mind Flayers would be a Druid. So may as well do our first Cleric, I guess. And Trickery Domain would make the most sense for the Mind Flayers. I don't think any of these deities are. Oh yeah, Baal for Baldur's Gate, son of Baal. Merkel and Bane, the three having attained divinity in a bargain with the fallen god. Baal, pretty famous stuff for that. Alright, Guidance, Sacred Flame, Resistance. Water. Protection from evil and good. Celestials, elements, fae, fiends, and undead. That's kind of random. Charmed or frightened or possessed by them. Can't be. disadvantage. That could be helpful. Guiding bolt. Halt. Good healer, I guess. But since it's single player, maybe don't really need as many supportive. We'll try that, I guess. Single player, you gotta play a bit different than co-op, you know, so. Alright. There's no origins yet. Acolyte, my first acolyte. Indeed is an acolyte.
What was that?
So Bale. Trickery. Intimidation, persuasion, medicine, kind of good though. Religion. Don't need to persuade anyone. They join the mind flayers if possible. Want to turn into a mind flayer. Ultimate goal is to not be healed. Be kind of hard. All right, decent. Rolls here.
Tell me, who do you dream of at night?
Do some of that. Venture forth. Dream of another human. Do not need another mind flayer. Dream of himself. That'd just be weird. So let's just do the regular hetero type.
Let's hope the locals are friendly.
She can also be colored. That's fine, you know. Alright, don't need to get too fancy with that. What is it? Never got to any of that romance stuff yet either, so. Alright, see if we can side with the... That's be my last single player playthrough for now. Have that other warriors and stuff, so we'll get to those later, but make a little progress. Let's try it. The dragons, the other mind flayer. Do a bit of that for now, we'll be good, guys. There he goes. Funny.
Swift as my feet can carry me. Here goes nothing. Someone else got out. Need to find a way forward.
Okay. Let us see here.
We are here. Dear.
Am I in the hills? One day I'll catch a break.
A few necessities. Of course, help the brain.
Brains? Good.
Lead by the brain this
I'll
time.
give it a shot.
Under oppression. Under operation. Let's help them out. Oops. Cleric mace.
Yes, you've come to save the exposed brain. Quivers.
Please.
Before they return,
They return
remove us
from this body. From this case.
free us.
Please.
The mantis edema, the swelling of the brain causing pressure where it strains against the shell of the skull.
You have medicine. Alright, medicine, so we're gonna go ahead and do that advantage there. Cerebral extraction. That's the best possible bonus. We do not need any more bonuses here. Guidance. I don't think it limits that, like you can really do it any time. But why would I? You know, I already have so much. Oh god. Yeah. I already have so much advantage there anyway. We don't need anything else. Get the brain, yes, yes.
From the skull. Do you notice the opportunity? Could cripple the strange creature.
There it goes, Coco. God, this again.
You're free. All freedom is ours, friend. We must go to the helm. But the helm will not us. We are us.
The brain tense.
Do you not hear it? We will not survive here. We are need. To the helm we go.
Alright, now we shall lead with us. So that is great. Oh, it does do damage. Oh, we got restoration shrines all over, so we'll be alright. And alright, I better not risk anymore. Dang it, why does it do that? Oh god. I thought I was gonna fall through the elevator again. That's not fun. Alright. We got the good brain. You've seen that before, Coco? Yep, pretty cool. Absolute dark mind. Whoa! Actually take that? Weird. Yeah, lead with the brain since this is the Mind Flayer Acolyte. I want to join the Mind Flayers just with this character. Oh yeah, I always want the bulbs there.
Still alive.
He doesn't have an inventory though. It's just wasting it by trying to give it to him.
Friend. We'll go to the helm. A gift. A gift to make you as we are. Soon you will be so beautiful, so powerful. The realm where we have fled. We have fled to a realm called Avernus, first of the 9 hells. We are escaping a great evil.
So pretty
We are going to the hell.
annoying that if you try to pick stuff up with him, it just disappears. So I'm not gonna try that anymore. But, let's see what else. Got that good mace at least. No range weapon yet. Just the crossbow. Alright, let's move on for now. Just the dragons. Good. Shall be sent. Good fun. There she is.
Abomination. This is your end.
Your skin tingles.
Imps block the path forward. You will assist me in destroying them. We must strike first. We will address the matter of a cure.
There we go. One sneaking with them. Oh, there's the item. It shows up in the hot bar for some reason. Can you actually throw those? That's kind of funny if you can. That didn't work out. Maybe we can throw those. I can't give them to him. I see the inventory's just bugged. Nothing is working for it. I don't know why. It's like that right now. Must be something they changed the current patch or something. I don't know. Disguise. Stealth checks. Oh, should have done that earlier. Oh, It's good stuff. Hide there. Brain. Never saw that before. These are really good. Resistance to poison. Words are mine. Alright. There's the crossbow I needed. That's a good find. Ouch. Oh, well. Typical controls. Too bad.
Who got me? Got
The mind flayers have already.
They're looking fine here. Reason they did not engage in combat. That's okay.
Friend, we are going to the helm. We are going to the helm.
Alright. Do what they do. Interaction with this other one here. Can't recruit a second one, so.
To the helm. Yes, the helm. Do not delay, literally.
To each other. It's about to die here. Yep, that's that. Dangerous. I wish there was a hotkey for help. Much easier to help. Just the way they laid it out. Don't have. No real penalty to getting down, though. It's just survival combat right now. Not too high stakes type of games. This one definitely a different style than the first one. A lot of big differences.
These things have stayed interesting.
Shadowheart, these guys.
You are unable to speak.
touch nothing without knowing its purpose.
You are unable to speak. The man isn't dead, but he's totem. Life flickers in his eyes, but he seems totally unaware of his surroundings. The console appears dormant. The mechanisms are completely unrecognizable at first. Nothing. The console.
We have no time for stragglers.
The construction.
This ship is...
You must go.
Come on! There's got to be a way to open it! Try that! Hurry!
Path lies before me. Open up.
There's a key.
I don't think you can smash this one. Oh yeah, you can. The keys are in the other room, but try smashing. Yep, you don't get the glyph if you smash it. So it's impossible to free Shadowheart if you smash it, because it breaks the glyph, I guess. That's funny. pretty funny. Get the key afterwards, it just doesn't matter because you basically broke the glyph in the process, so like the Wasteland 3, it's kind of worth it to do in that one. This one, it's not as worth it to break stuff open if you have a way to unlock it, so you will lose more stuff than you would have got. Wasteland 3, it's the same, like for safes and stuff, but it's just not as necessary for that one because it's hard to get lockpicking skill now unless you have a designated party member. But I don't need to compare them that much, so let's get the key this time.
Best be on my way.
And this time we will make the mind flayer again. Cause
How many hosts of ye infect a dazed woman as trapped?
this time I will push the button
This does.
for the new mind flayer. Might as well kill the mind flayer. This time, too gruesome of a transformation to show on camera, apparently.
Change her. Changed at the pull of a lever. How? If we are not purified, this may be our fate.
We need to get out of here before it's our turn.
She's praying, or she doesn't need it.
Better not be cursed.
Who's
The
that?
newborn mind flayer stares at you.
Newborn, but sure doesn't
Should have wished to live more interesting tales. I don't think that chest.
It's fine. The candle doesn't show up. I don't know what's going on with the inventory. It is what it is. Good enough for now. Fun stuff, guys. Favelot, welcome back. Lurk mode. See ya, my friends. Shout for tonight. I guess because you came in, we will get in a Dragon Raid, start off the Christmas, and then the Subathon, right? I wasn't going to, but it's worth it if you have
The console appears dormant.
support and such. Alright, now I can open the chest. Got the glyph, the rune, otherwise break. But it's weird I got that necklace. Oh, wait, that was just on the ground anyway. Okay, these things were on the ground anyway on the desk. So, yeah, if you break the chest, you don't get anything from it. That's crazy. But that's how it goes.
It's crazy madness.
Get her a good sword there. Just grab the good long sword. Free her that.
The console appears dormant.
Yonky.
The console hums to life.
There we go. Great.
At last. Thought I was
Name is Lazo. That's her.
I thought that damn thing was going to be like
Your mind lurches into
your gift. Why did you help me?
Where you can control Lazo.
I did need to deal with that. First, we have to get off this thing. Let's join up. Wait. You're not actually the one in charge of this group, are you? No offense, but I need to speak to a leader. Someone who knows where they're going.
That's funny. That's funny.
I'm afraid not.
Uh-oh. She does leave. This is some confusing interactions altogether. I do not even understand it. Alright, we should probably get Shadowheart though, so we'll fix that next time. Silly stuff for now, but yeah, thank you very Coco coming in to chat here. Thank you for Jackie's as well. Friend, thank you. Marshmallow, come and chat a bit. Go get our Dragon Raid in for tonight. We haven't Dragon Raided since the Subathon, so good time for now. And we'll be back to it soon, guys. So, good fun. Catch ya in a little bit. Celebrate for now. I'll see you guys very shortly. Horror Tuesday tomorrow, guys. Gonna be good stuff. Shadow, Brainsmith, all the rest. Couple days of Christmas. And thank you for the fun stuff for the birthday champions for over Subathon. Thank you one more time to Moog, Maximalus Ray, gifting the set to Marsh Elephant, and Zugli, been a fun birthday champion fun. Appreciate it, guys. And we'll see you again for that other good stuff. Very lovely. A fun time of it. Thank you for that. Alrighty then. Yeah, I'll clear it off here too. It's out good. We'll go ahead and fresh that tip jar now as well. So it'll be all fresh and ready for good stuff tomorrow. For the great times. Tuesday fun, start off the week, 12 days of Christmas. Yeah, it'll be 11 days tomorrow. And that'll be fun, so catch you shortly. All worked out nicely. Nice time on stream, all the rest. Thank you to the recent cheers, the recent gift subs, recent donations. Set for now. Alrighty. See what this was. Analytics. Recent streams, perhaps. Yep, there it is. See the Streamlabs analytics. If you guys are curious of how it looks on the website too. Here it is. Pretty good fun. Alrighty, back to it shortly. Be great fun getting it right for now. See you guys tomorrow. Be good stuff. Onward we go. On time birthday champions, all that for now. Thank you once again. We'll go ahead and move on to the next great adventures. So, that's that for now, guys. Looking good. That fun chat, other stuff. Wherever it fits. Alright, see you tomorrow, guys. Have a great night. Back to it early, or hopefully early afternoon tomorrow. See how the rain and snow goes tonight. See you soon. Gonna be great. Catch you then. Good night, friends. Alright, thanks for chatters today, other fun stuff. Give a little raid here for their supporter. Catch you very soon. Alrighty, guys. Looking good for now. And thank you for the fun stuff for the birthday champions for Subathon. Thank you one more time to Moog, Maximalus Ray, gifting the set to Marsh Elephant, and Zugli, been a